Who is my party
How do
caller
we
for the
work?
day? All of this. What have you decided you were doing?
Okay, I don't think we've actually quickly decided on that. So we need to decide who the mapper is, caller, story writer, any other roles. I think that's it, right?
You sound like the party caller.
Sorry.
I said, you sound like the party caller.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it. It's fine.
All map.
I mean, yeah, you're gonna map. Okay. And Danny, are you taking over doing the story writing? I'm happy to do mine. I know mine are quite late at the moment, so I haven't had a chance. So if you're taking over, you want to welcome.
It doesn't matter if you guys end up don't having that. Then it just means that you forget more things. But there will be a video uploaded that you guys can go back and use to remind yourselves if you want.
Okay.
But my point, was what have we decided we're doing? Do you all have your
We was
players map up?
Yep.
Yeah. So we
Yeah,
we
I thought
were
we're heading west to the Yellow Daggers.
to the west side.
west
The Yellow
along the
Dagger.
river.
Stephen,
Yeah.
do you mind to share the map with me again? I don't have it.
Just give me a few
Yeah,
moments.
can you share with me as well? Let me just.
It's in the message of the day at the top.
Yes.
I didn't get
Just on
messages
Discord.
today. All I've got is the notes there. I don't think I had messages they pop up. If I did, I closed it by accident. But I'm
You
just
always have it pop up when you first join in. Give me a second and I'll get the message of the day for everyone.
I can see what Antonio dragged.
So who doesn't have the message of the day?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, there's also a marked map on the Discord on the map channel.
Thanks.
Yeah,
You're
so
welcome.
we're heading west inland, going to keep the river on our right and go to Zelkor's Ferry, right? I think it's
No,
what
I'm in the map of the area as known. There's a
Yes.
circle.
Yes.
That's where we are. I think we were
Yes.
camping on the
Yeah, you were
near
camping
the
just near the edge of the foothills there, but within sight of the road.
Yeah.
yeah. So we will.
Yeah.
Oh, it is morning now, isn't it? Oh,
Yes.
sorry. That will
Yes.
head up.
But we're going to head west, right? And go keep on this side of the water. We're not crossing the bridge because that's dangerous. We've been told that. Do not cross that bridge.
Yes.
So we're going to head inland to the west, keeping the coast on our right.
Oh, okay.
And we're going to head to Zelkor's Ferry.
Okay,
That's what
I've got no problems with that.
Okay.
If that's what everyone is planning
So
on doing, I have no issues
You
whatsoever
can refresh
with that.
my memory. I missed the last session, but I remember the session before. We were determined to get to Zelkor's Ferry. There was some evil there that made us have to go there, or certainly for Cillian, he needed to do something for his priesthood that compelled him to go there.
Two things. It was, I think we're going to use Zelkor's Ferry to cross, if I remember correctly, but basically there's a leech, not a leech, some sort of
Lich.
undead. Yeah, I don't know if it is. That sounds too high level. That will just kill us. but it's something, I can't remember, out that we need to get to. And it's also, like, I think, if I remember correctly, they're at that temple, which we need to go and, clean out. So Alec would be down for this, because it's Helm. It's a Helm temple. And that's where we were going to head to cleanse that.
Yeah, I just remember Cillian because there was some slavers or something that we said we're not going to go after because we want to go direct to Zelkor's Ferry as a priority.
Right. So they were the bugbears, and they were. So go ahead, dude.
I was going to say there's a slavers that come by ship down the river sometimes as well.
And
It's
there was
actually in the map
bugbears.
in Discord.
Right, and because I think the bugbears were also slavers, and we nice one, and we kept getting attacked by them throughout the night. So we killed a few actually. So when we're ready to take them on, I think hopefully their numbers shall be a bit dwindled. We'll see.
Yeah, like if rumors to be believed, we killed like half of them already. Because rumors that there's gonna be 30 in there, we killed at least. 15.
Yeah, that's assuming that there's no.
I believe yesterday alone we took out 3 parties of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, shall we get
let's
going
assuming
then?
that they. Yeah, let's get going. But let's assuming they don't get reinforcements. But yeah,
Yeah.
let's get rolling.
Okay. So I have no problems with
Sorry,
that
I'm just
whatsoever.
looking
You'll be heading off of the road, and within an hour or so, you won't actually be able to see the road. You can very much see a river on the right hand side of you. I'm assuming you are traveling within sight of the river, or making sure how close to the river do you wish to be traveling on this, if someone doesn't mind letting me know.
We'll try to keep it in sight.
Yeah, we want it inside.
Okay. I mean, you make sure that try to keep it in sight there. I've got no issues with that.
Well, sorry, we're saying. Well, okay, so we'll keep it in sight. So no trying, but we'll just keep the river on our right inside.
Okay, yeah, no problems. I mean, it's a pretty big landmark. It does appear to, perhaps by mid-morning, it appears to start turning further to the south instead of heading directly to the west, which should be in line with the map that you can see. The map that you have of the area, it seems to follow that. Your progress has slowed a little bit because you've gotten off of the road more into a sort of rolling grassland plains. In some places, even though it's winter, the weeds and the dying grasses are easily up to the knees of you when you get off. So it will slow things down, and it would be a little bit easier to backtrack if you had to, because you're all on horses and the horses have left such large prints behind them. But there's no obvious trail that you can see, which makes you kind of wonder, is this the best route or the most traveled route that would lead to the place that you were heading to? That was by mid-morning or so. The weather is still terrible. It is a bit sunnier today. Probably not going to rain today, but it's still quite chilly. Only the elf seems really unaffected by the weather. The rest of you bundle up in your clothing. You make sure that your armor's all snug and tight, and every so often you stop and stretch a bit to just warm yourself up, because the temperature is getting colder during this time of the year. Somewhere near noon, as you're all traveling almost directly southwest at this point, I would like for everyone to just make a wisdom check in the tower, please.
Give me a sec.
Can't
My
wait for it to drop.
fantasy ground's all over the place since update. I don't know where the tower is, so I need to find it.
Your options changed. Your options are in the top left-hand corner of your screen, correct? Your menu? Is that correct?
Yeah, it is wisdom.
Yeah,
So
top left. So
go to menu, and then go down to options, and then scroll down to change the menu style to the side style. You have to have the side style to be able to easily see your dice tower.
Gotcha.
Where is the menu? Sub menu. I can't see.
Look under menus and then click options. So the first tab is menus and then options, and then it's like the 5th tab down or something like that. Were you able to find it?
No. I can see house rules. Oh,
When you click options,
combat.
the first thing you should see is like there's notification sound and whisper, desktop combat list size, dice manual, menu style. You don't see menu style?
No, not yet. I'm just going to collapse.
Okay, so something is off on your end. Close your menus and tell me in the top left-hand corner of your screen, what 3 gray rectangles do you see?
I've got 4 menus, records, books, and hand.
Okay, so left-click menus, and it opens up, and there's a little list beneath, correct?
Yep. Options.
And you see options there, correct?
Yep.
And when you open options, it should be immediately visible. A menu style.
Got it.
Okay. And now, when you
Sorry, I'm
click
just
to
focusing.
side, your dice tower should be on the right-hand side of your screen. You can unlock it and move your dice tower wherever you would like to move it. It doesn't have to stay there. It's just for some reason, if you use the other menu style, your dice tower becomes invisible.
What are we rolling? Wisdom check.
In the tower, yes, for those of you who haven't done so. Some of you are receiving a piece of information. Not all of you, believe it or not. It appears quite likely some of you are paying attention to other things. Relay that in your own words, please. If you want to relay anything.
Look
Okay,
over
auto
there.
directional now?
There's some kind of tower over there. See it?
What did you
A
say?
few miles
Daniel?
off.
Yeah, I see
Auto
glimpses of a
directional now?
some stone structure.
Oh yeah.
It is obviously towards the southwest because that's the direction that you're traveling. Appears to be perhaps, where the hills really meet the forest section there. So that's, maybe another half a day or more travel. You wouldn't arrive there today. Once you got off the road, you became somewhat more impeded by your, traveling. So you're probably only making 4 hexes, maybe 5 hexes on a really good day here instead of between 4 to 6. Again, because there's no path for you to follow, you're just keeping the riverbank in sight. Occasionally, everyone has to pull their animals back in because the riverbank became too soggy. It has been very wet the last few days, so it's a slow but steady progress, and it's still faster than what you would all be if you were on foot. Anyone else see anything? Anyone else sharing anything? No, Steven, you're talking to yourself? Okay. Alrighty. I am talking to me. I'm assuming we keep going. Is that what we're doing? Or what are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we
Has
are.
everyone checked their fantasy grounds to make sure they can get sent a message, just in case you're not looking at fantasy grounds?
How do you do that?
Are we checking?
Just check the chat. Has everybody checked their chat? Just in case they were shared something that they didn't see.
Yeah.
Only direct message.
I think that might be what he's asking. Sometime in the early afternoon, I want everybody to roll, except for Alec. Alec doesn't have to. Everyone roll percentile dice out in the open. And tell me which player gets the highest.
Oh, finally, somebody higher.
It looks as if
Ooh,
Kalen has received the largest amount of cards there. So please hold on just a moment, Kalen. Not the cards, you've just been dealt the highest set. So I'm going to deal you a card, if you will please hold on. And you tell me if you can see that card. Can you see that card?
I can.
Okay, so you know what that card is. So now I'm going to share something else with you, and then you have to, do what it says there. So please give me just a moment to share that with you. I'm just looking through where I have placed it. I have too many things there. I need to condense these. One moment. I added 2 whole handbooks today, so that I made. All right, Kalen, there you go. So you'll just be looking at the first one there.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
No, give me just 2 seconds.
Sure, no problem. Kalen appears prepared to share something with the party, perhaps something of import to him?
His ration.
He's human. He's not a dwarf.
Caden, so I don't know I'm not sure if I've told you this story before, but I was born in the city of Alterum, which is known for its radiant light. It's a beautiful city. And and my family served in the Order of the Companion. Um, I don't know if you've heard of that, but it's a religious order devoted to serving the city's sacred light and its people. I've done this as far as I can remember. I've been in this order, and it was a big part of my life for a very long time. A long time ago, when I was a young man, I we were attacked, and many people were slain, and my best friend was cut down in front of me and died in my arms. And it's one of those moments that it could have gone so many different ways, but that's how it went. He was killed and I was saved. And that's a big part of why I'm on my journey today, to help other people not have to live with that. Calling for me, and this is why I do what I do. I just thought it was good for you to understand a bit more about me.
All right. Thank you very much, Matt. I appreciate that. And the rest of you, if you have anything to add to that, Phil, please feel free to do so. If not, after you've taken this in and you weren't exactly certain why Caleb was sharing that with you. Just something came across his face, and he felt as if he wished to share that with you. But closer to the midpoint of the afternoon, perhaps between 2 or 3 p.m., the first thing that you're really noticing is you've got a choice to make. You're approaching what is obviously a wide, several miles wide set of hills that are going to begin to rise. If you wish to keep the river within sight, you're going to have to try to skirt the northern end of that, and that's going to be quite treacherous at some points because it's probably a 3 to a 5 mile stretch that you're going to have to do that, and it's not in a straight line. So your choices are to go over, to try to skirt to the north, or try to go around this hill section to the south, which could take you far away from the river. Going over the hill is going to be a task. It's not a gentle hill. It's a fairly steep rising. You don't see any immediate paths. You are fairly certain that, Aaron might be able to figure out a path. And Harlgriff could probably assist with that. But those are the 3 choices that you have at present right now for your immediate means of travel.
I say we'll march forth. It's only a minor climb.
I'd rather we just went south.
How confident are we to not get lost if we head south?
Well, the map here says it's not very big. If we just keep going around, eventually we'll get to the river again.
So the map that the players have there, just for your information, each hex is probably 2.5 miles, maybe 3 miles. And it's one of the clearer days that you've been involved in.
So saying we've got this cart, right? That
Yes.
probably means the north isn't going to work with the cart, so it's south or over. I'm looking at Aaron and saying, how confident are you in getting us over the border? Or do you feel more confident?
I'm not familiar with this area, but I should be able to get us through with this map through the forest. And I would say going through south is the best way to go. Going north adds on time. This river, according to this map, adds in a lot of hexes to get around to
Yeah.
the ferry.
Yeah.
And probably 4 or 5 at least hexes, if you count them out going around the bends versus going down and around.
Okay.
It looks to be openings in the forest.
Should we? Anybody else have any opinions?
That
Sounds
does
good.
sound fine. Yeah. So we'll take your lead.
All right, so we're heading further south then. Not a problem whatsoever for me. We probably have maybe 2.5 hours left of real travel time. There's not going to be, any immediate campsite that you notice this time. Along the road, a good day or a day and a half stretch between every place you would see a campsite. You bypassed one campsite that you didn't even stay at. So the road at one point, even if not recent, was well traveled, and there were regular camping posts for individuals such as yourselves. But here, some 2 hours or so south of the hill, and the hill still being somewhat in the distance to the north of you, you're essentially going to be on a dried out grassy bush set of flat plains with the occasional dotted tree. You'll have to clear a relatively large circle just to be able to put your bedrolls and things down, and that's going to probably leave you with bush around you that is 3 foot height on average, a meter tall on average. Roughly how wide of a clearing are you guys trying to make?
We need space for the cart, the horses, people, fire.
We want a little bit of perimeter as well, just in case anything comes trying to sneak up upon us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
well,
Try to collect some fine sand.
Well, digging through here, not going to be any fine sand beneath this. This is going to be, topsoil, the kind of stuff that maybe farmers might find useful. But we've moved further south away from the river, so there's not going to be any real fine sand here. Just dirt and clogs of it.
Pity.
Okay, so what do you think? 10 feet, 15 feet, 60 feet, 800 million feet?
30 by 30?
Sure, 30 foot radius, that's fine. I'm just trying to give myself an idea of what we're looking at. Is the watch order correct?
I'll also check, yes.
Checking.
Yep.
Okay, I've got no problems with that. If you people say the watch order is correct, then the watch order is correct.
2 seconds.
Yes, that
I
is
don't
correct.
know if it is correct because the what? Oh no, 0, yeah.
Okay, so it's fine.
Yep.
Yeah, Sulian, is that the right? Yeah, that's perfect.
Push it off on somebody else. We're all going to do that from now on. All right, not a problem whatsoever. So when you finally cleared an area here, people are. Oh, that's Nick is sending me messages in Discord. I cleared the chat, Nick, because it was just too much there, so I completely cleared it. Okay.
No, everything disappeared. It was just a blank screen.
Well, then just if you can't see anything, then reload Fantasy Grounds. Yeah, in that case. But we're all beginning our first watch here, in this night. We are far from the road, so probably, we shouldn't really be a beacon, as much of a beacon as what we were for things that were traveling on the road at night. At least that's one benefit there. Anybody setting up anything additional? Anyone have anything they wish to share at this point before we all settle in?
I'm going to put my leathers on.
Okay. As you begin to rest, I've got that.
Blish says, perhaps we should keep this fire small tonight. Hopefully this bush will keep us out of sight, but still, we don't want to be drawing any more bugbears down upon us.
I wonder if any of you know of any old keep around, or is that going to be what ahead of us?
There was that building we saw. I don't know if that was it.
Yes, I saw that as well.
Yeah, somebody pointed that to me.
Yeah.
Does it look like still inside?
At this point, no, you've probably, lost sight of it, but when you begin to turn back towards the north, if you do, it may come back into view.
Oh, so it's across the river, or is it
So it was
somewhere around?
more when you were first turning southwest, you were catching glimpses of it in the heavily forested, hilly sections. You were catching glimpses of it from being miles
Oh,
and
okay.
miles away. Some of people were catching glimpses of something, whether or not they were accurate with what they described. And as does Kalen, that there is an old fortification in this area that at one time was manned by both priest of Helm and warriors dedicated to Torm. During the
Yeah,
time
that's
of
what we're looking
troubles, that entire keep itself fell, and no one really knows exactly what's become of it since then.
That's what we're looking for.
That's where you wanted to go?
So we
That's
actually has a.
My
All right,
bad.
so
Sorry.
we are actually heading to that castle.
Yeah, that's sorry. So
He-
I'm trying to find the. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm trying to get my old notes up. Basically, I think I've got myself a little bit confused, but I think that's what we were looking for. That keep. I think if I'm remember correctly, Zelkos is where the leech is at. That ferry. That's where like something really fucking bad is.
No,
In the well.
Sulian had been told by some people that all of you were talking to that there was a necromancer of some sort at Zelkor's Ferry. And Sulian wanted to go to Zelkor's Ferry to confront the necromancer. I'm not sure how necromancer has morphed into lich, but there's
That's
an
just me.
undead warrior that at least was mentioned by Alec, and Sulian mentioned passages and signs of undead early on, but none of this ever came about. Although there was an emblem, like a heraldic device of an ancient warrior who'd been dedicated to Helm, who's been missing for a very long time, longer than what should have been a normal human's lifespan. That may be where the undead bit is coming in from.
That's where I've got confused. Okay, so yeah.
I mean, there's
I
more
do
to
not
it than that.
wish
That's
to
just.
distract.
Go ahead.
I do not wish to distract you all from your main goal, but if we can
Too late,
spare some
Howie. Too
time,
late.
I would. If we can spare some time, we can perhaps we can find the time to head to the stronghold
Yes.
on the next morning.
You could try to,
Yes.
at least, right? As far as that goes. So you believe
So
you're
Sulian
moving somewhere like this, is what you believe. Now, whether or not you are entirely correct is a different story. But that's where you believe you have been moving, and you're resting somewhere there tonight, is what you believe. Most of the night is entirely uneventful, except for the occasional howls that wake some of you. There are a number of wolves out on these plains, but none of them seem to be hungry enough to the point where they want to brave venturing towards such a large party that obviously has fire. The night is the first uneventful and mostly peaceful rest that everyone has had. I say mostly peaceful because not everyone has bedrolls, and the temperature is relatively cold, and some of you are still new to one another. But it is the best night you've had since you have taken this section, this leg of your journey itself. And bright and early the next morning, we wake up. If anyone is changing any of their magic, please do so. If not, then just ignore the fact that I said such a thing. By the time it's fully daylight and everyone is ready to go, unless someone is changing spells, it's probably just after 8 in the morning as the sun is fully risen at this point, and Sulian can head off as he needs to see the sunrise whenever he can. Just as Harlgriff can only use a shield in the defense of dwarves, and there's no dwarves in the party.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's like, well, you people aren't worth me trying to protect.
Yeah.
I'm going to do an hour of practice. With,
Yeah, so by the time that you've got to do your practice every day, by the time all of this is sorted out, it's just after 8 in the morning. So we'll probably get another 8 hours, maybe a little more travel. We can push further. Are we intending to cut further south from what we can view here, or we want to turn towards the west? Aaron, you can still see in the distance the hills that you have skirted to the south. So you're fairly sure that while there are still more hills to the south of you, that you have skirted that section of hills, and it's probably time to start turning more towards the west. Do you want to head straight west? Do you want to head southwest?
Looking at the map, it looks like there's some openings. 2 different openings go through.
So is that more of a straight west you wish to head?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was just trying to figure out, if we were heading straight west or if we were maneuvering to a slightly different area or something along those lines, right? So within a couple of hours at this point, we have made it into the heavy thickness of this forest. Some of the ground is uneven, as this is a hilled forested area. But the trees here, most of them are beginning to, lose all of their leaves. Some of them still have some color to them, green. Most of them are still brown and reddish and orangish and beginning to fall and cover the ground here itself. Continuing further into the forest is probably going to lessen the amount of daylight that you have. But if everyone would make another wisdom check in the tower, please. This is mid-morning at this time.
Would you be able to give us an indication of? Would you be able to give us an indication of where on the map we kind of saw, what direction we saw that stone structure in?
Yes, so if you bring yourself back up to this hill, then somewhere over in that area where I drew the arrow.
All right.
And I'm just dragging
That's
you
where we
back to
saw
where you
the
believe.
tower?
Yeah, somewhere in that area is what you're guesstimating. And this is approximately where you are now, according to, what is occurring. So at this point, a number of you look towards the northwest in through the hills, and some of you can see you've gotten on a much lower platform here than what you were on at the point where you were able to see that. But some of you can make out what at one point was probably maybe a 25-foot wide road. There's even a few cobblestones in place at this point. It appears to head northwest. Much of it is overgrown, and much of the cobblestone that used to fill it in is either completely covered or has been washed away over the years. But there is definitely a cobblestone path going northwest from where you are right now.
Perhaps this leads to the structure you're looking for.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
It seems to be on the way.
Do we want to
So
follow
we'll
that?
proceed to the.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're all heading in that direction. Again, the cobblestone path has really not been kept up with at all. And by the time you are firmly into the forest, all of you can make out where this path was, but you can't really see any individual cobblestones beneath the old undergrowth and the new layer of leaves that are falling this year. The forest itself, not as dark as what you would expect, but it does take a bit of the daylight away from you, as the canopy of trees does still have some leaves, and at least it has limbs, and there are other bushes, etc., that grow and hang. It's a relatively quiet section of a forest. Yes, you're not expecting to hear all kinds of animal sounds, but you're hearing no animal sounds other than the sounds of the animals with you.
Oof.
Something is very off.
Something is off.
I look
Can I
at Harry.
do?
We should be on alert.
Doesn't make me feel very good.
It definitely doesn't make any of you feel very good. There's not like an unnatural quiet present. There's just a quiet that is present because of the absence of any life other than that which you have brought with you. That's what it seems to be.
Can I do detect evil?
Sure, but you have to choose a direction, and it has to be within 60 feet of you.
Just along the path that we think we're heading in that direction.
So moving, nothing. There's nothing immediately about this path within the next 60 feet that is causing you to feel any more uneasy than you already do.
Can I look further down the path and squint really hard and make an observation check, Stephen?
You're welcome to attempt to observe whatever you would like to observe. Make it in the tower there. So, all right, not a problem whatsoever. It appears at this point as if Leoric is stepping off to relieve himself for a moment, and he will possibly return or possibly not. Hold on just a moment, and I will give you a piece of information, Sulian.
Yeah. Take care, guys. I'll see you all in like 2 weeks. Bye.
Hey, mate.
That's
see you
a
later.
typo on my
See
hand
ya.
there.
Yeah.
Nick, I'm sorry about the typo. I'm sure you can see where the typo is.
Yeah. So Cillian is just staring down the thing, and then he kind of stops and looks up and looks around him and turns. I don't know the marching order. Who's next to me? May I?
No one is, because you walked further down the path and squinted to look, and you heard this behind you. This is what you were hearing here. So you're probably
Okay. Well, who's
the closest person to you would most likely be Kalen. Let's say you're 20 feet in front of him.
So I squint down there and I turn around. The first person I look at is Kalen, and I say, "Do you sense that as well? It feels like, I don't know. It just my footsteps sound straight. It feels like we're in sort of an alternative world at the moment. Like this place is smaller than what it should be. We should be in a bigger place. Don't you feel something like that as well?"
These trees look fine to me.
I don't know if I understand, but something does feel very off here. But I can't.
It feels as though we're in like I don't want to say simulation, but in a place perhaps that is existing parallel to the real world, if that makes sense.
Not really.
It feels enclosed, more enclosed than it should be. Like we are not really in the real world. We've entered somewhere.
Approach Julian.
Okay.
You approach Sulian. Okay.
Howdy ho.
Go
neighbor.
around. Do I see anything else out of ordinary? My
You
location?
don't see anything unusual. You are not truly certain what he is referencing.
I'll give him a rub in the temple and a little bit massage. Does it feel better for you now?
Who's rubbing me in the toe? Which character?
Alec.
Alec. Oh, okay, then that's okay. So he was about to. As soon as he was about to abruptly brush off, then he sees Alec and says, "Oh, thanks for your concern, but really, it feels very strange here. I think we should keep our guard up and move along because staying still would not be would not be the smart thing to do.
Can I possibly roll a spellcraft to see what sort of spell could?
So
do something like
spellcraft
this?
is like the examining the remains of spell components. So you'd have to find something that you could, envision as a component to be able to do something with spellcraft. There are other, proficiencies, none that you don't have, that might allow you to do what you're trying to do. But spellcraft, you're sort of examining the remnants of a spell component, like if it's words, it's the verbal parts of
Runes.
it, the gestures you might be seeing somatically, or like if there's remnants of dust or an old stone nearby, or a cracked looking pearl, you might be able to do that.
Okay.
Maybe it's more pixies muddling with your
Maybe.
mind.
I think we just need to be alert and keep a lookout. But we don't.
Wonderful.
I don't think it's pixies. It seems of something more than that. Elusive. But yeah, I think we should keep moving.
By
But
early
unless-
afternoon, you're deeper within the forest itself, and the path is still very obvious, but it appears to have been cleared of some of the debris, and all of the cobblestone itself has been taken up a long time ago, and it's just the hard packed earth that is mostly clear, but only to about a 15-foot width, not the full 25-foot that the initial entrance of what was once a road was. And you're obviously cresting a gentle slope, and you can all begin to see that there's a small castle resting atop this gentle slope. There are several ridges along the way, and as you're within 100 or so feet, there's a strange sense of a heaviness that really sets upon you, and many of you feel almost a physical weight beginning to press down upon you. Dotted just to the left and to the right of the road, where some of the trees have been cleared, and perhaps 60 feet from you, are two very tall, I'm going to say maybe 8 foot high by 4 foot wide, weathered gray stones.
I just noticed Thania is injured.
Yes.
So I'm going to cast a Cure Light Wound on him.
Okay, just roll the cast, and then you can target him in the combat tracker, or we can just manually adjust it.
Do we have any medical stuff that we can use maybe first instead of spells? It might be better to use like herbs and stuff.
So I can do a healing proficiency check to see if I can help.
Oh, it's from days ago. You
Okay.
can't do a healing proficiency check.
Oh,
Scratch that. I can't do a healing proficiency check, so
Yeah, it's from. Well, I mean, because you did before, you would have already had a look at it, and this is a wound from 2.5 days ago that hasn't fully recovered yet.
Oh, Halen?
Yep.
I do have a couple of Adder's Tongue. Would you like to have some? You do
Yeah,
seem
just
to have some more.
Yeah, I was looking at mine as well. So Adder's Tongue, I was healed with Adder's Tongue last time, so we need to re-roll for each day.
So but no, your
can
one
look
wound
up.
is gone, and you were healed him for You were magically healed for some of the wounds that you were still suffering from, Danyar.
Thanks.
Click cast so that spell
cheers.
disappears from your memory there, Alec.
But yeah, I've got 2 wounds.
You have no
I think
wounds. I just forgot
I've
about
got
the
no
Adder's
wounds.
Tongue.
5
Ah,
from the
thanks.
looks of it.
Oh no, I think Stephen's fixing it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So Thanyar and the dog are still somewhat wounded. What are we
Dog
doing,
is down
fellas?
3 points.
Okay, yeah, I forgot about that.
Do I feel this weight on my shoulders when we?
Everyone does. I'll give you guys a visual of what you're looking at. Let me just.
I'll do evenly.
This place reeks of ill will. I can feel it in my bones.
Just a moment.
I can
Alright.
feel it as well now. Something's amiss.
Yeah, you can feel it as well, laddie. Yeah, it's as if this place has.
So I don't
uh,
necessarily want people, all running around on the map or anything, but this gives you an idea, and you should be able to see the stones in question, and you should be able to make out the outlines of the castle some 100 foot or so away.
Perfect. I'm just going to quickly go to the bathroom.
It's a black background for me.
He'll come.
If you zoom
It'll
out,
come.
you'll start to...
No, I can see us. I can see a
Matt, you got
glimpse
to
of the
roll for
other
that.
now.
You can't just do that.
Alright, now I can see it. It's just vision.
Roll for
That
what?
was it.
I've rolled a 6. Okay, we're back in.
6 out of 20. That's only half bladder left.
Obviously,
Yeah, that was
much
only
of what you can
3.
see is being blocked, not, from the rise in elevation or some trees, etc. But you can make out the path, and some of you can see both stones. All of you can see at least one of them, but some of you can see both.
I assume this is one of the stones.
I don't know what this is, so
I don't know. This one.
yes, that is definitely one of the stones.
Can Cillian take a step forward, squint towards the is it the tower or the castle, and make an observation check, see if he can see any details or anyone moving.
You're
or
welcome
any
to
movement?
attempt to do so. You take a short step forward. By all means, you're taking and scrutinizing this entire area for 3 minutes or so, looking around to see if something is catching your eye. And a number of things catch your eye, but one thing in particular that is you find a bit strange. I'm going to share with you.
So, Stephen, I missed that my daughter came in. She's busy making Mother's Day cards.
No problem. Hold on, just give me a second, and I will give that to you. I'm just trying to. It's not wanting to let me drag. Why not? There we go. So this is maybe you're looking just to the left of one of the walls that are 100 or so feet. You're not making out a tremendous amount of this. We're not really moving much on the map itself, Antonio. So I just wanted to put people here to give you a basic visualization. And then if you want to go do something, just tell me, and I'll tell you what you're able to see.
I just wanted to be on the front. That's all.
Okay, no problem.
That's why I moved that bit.
Can I go and look at that stone that I pinged before?
You're welcome to do that if you would like. I've got no issues whatsoever for that. How close to the stone do you want to be?
I'll walk with him.
Say like 10 feet.
Who said I want to walk with him?
Blish wants to come along as well.
Okay. So are you 10 feet to the west of it, which is the closest point that you could get to, because there's an old knotted tree in front of it? You really would have a difficult time. And if it would be a further distance if you're walking 10 foot to the east, a further distance if you're walking 10 foot to the north, and 10 foot to the south. But if you're going just 10 foot to the west of it, which is the shortest way, is that what you mean?
Like 10-foot diagonal to it, so we're like north east to it.
Okay, so then that big stump of the tree will be, and you won't be able to get a full glimpse of the entire thing. There's a big trunk of, like a stump of an old tree that's nearly 4 or 5 foot tall and about 8 foot, 9 foot wide, maybe 10 foot wide in places.
Oh, okay. Well,
so you can only get a clear view of it from the west, the east, or the north.
I'll go all the way to the north of it. Then.
Okay. Not a moment. And who's going with you?
Blish.
Okay, so you and just Blish?
Halgriff will
Okay, and Alec and Harlgriff.
Let's just stay together.
So the moment that each of you steps to the point where you are right there, you instantly get a headache. You feel all of your magic just disconnect. You have heard of such places, but have never experienced one. This is a dead magic zone.
Oh. Okay. I
You are
instantly
not
step
sure
back
how
and
far it
run.
extends, but these markers may indicate where it starts.
This is not good.
We should go around, but obviously that's been a trap if they're following
We
us
should
through.
avoid these.
Well, going around this is really going to lead you into a more hilly section of this ravine, and probably not going to be an easy task without having climbing material, especially bringing a wagon along with you. The only means of getting to this castle relatively easily is following this path.
When we head to here, do we feel that our magics
The moment you
reconnected?
get just a few inches to the south of that stone, you feel a connection to your god again.
Okay.
And the wizards can feel their magic flowing back through them to the point where they gasp for air for just a moment as it returns.
Can the people who didn't go with them see this happening, or the
You can
is
see what
information
happens,
conveyed to
and
everyone?
you can pretty much intuit as a spellcaster yourself. You have been warned of such places. Every one of you, even the paladin, would have been warned of such places because he knows eventually he will get magic. The ranger druid would have been warned of such places. They're few and far between, and most of the time they are very limited in scope, although there is purportedly one that is 500 acres or somewhere further up to the north, if stories can be believed. They are remnants of the time of troubles, and people may or may not know more about that, but they never appeared prior to the end of the time of troubles.
I wonder if the stone is destroyed, does that destroy the
No,
null magic field?
the only ways that are known to destroy dead magic zones are to apply exceptionally powerful magics, and then it only removes a small section. So if there were like an archmage or a high priest attempting a miracle or wishing, you would perhaps remove a 20-foot square section of this. They don't tend to move. When people locate them, they tend to try to mark them. So the stone is most likely a marker, as opposed to being an object that is feeding this.
Okay.
Okay.
Should
So
we
that's just a
maybe
warning
not?
sign.
Yeah, just a warning sign.
What sort of stone is it? Is it like ordinary stone, or is it like granite, or?
It's a fairly hard stone, but it looks like the local stone from here. It's not really a granite, not really a bedrock stone. Just call it some kind of a hardened shale, maybe with a bit of limestone in between it. But it was mined locally. You can tell that. It looks a lot like some of the other grounds and stones that you've seen here.
How intricate was it worked?
Just enough to give it that height and to make it relatively smooth. It's not perfectly smooth worked, and it it only appears to have been here for between 10 to 20 years is your guesstimate.
Okay. Okay, so let's have a look out on these stones and avoid these areas.
Should we look to that path over there? And I point to the northeast. There's like another path. Should we? I mean, I doubt it, but
that's just a continuation.
Yeah, right.
That's a slight curve of the path that you were on that will continue further up there. As you take a look, you notice that yourself. Pinging that section over there appears to be just a section around one of these ridges built up, and they appear not to have been natural ridges. They appear to have been built up around the road to have served as defensive fortifications at one point in time.
Okay.
Because if this is the place that we believe it to be, you are approaching what was once, a fortification dedicated to Helm that was supported by Torm. So a god of guardianship and then a god of, honor and battle, essentially. Their worshippers would have had this. Would have been a very defensible place.
So the only option is through. Right.
Well, that's
to.
that's the only immediate option. As I said, going over the ridges and going around whatever you're attempting to go around, it's going to take a lot of time, a lot of effort. The road is smooth. You don't know how long there will be a dead magic area there. You are not all 100% certain of the effects of dead magic. You know that spellcasters cannot cast magic, and you know that magical items per se cannot be consumed, but you're not sure of the state of permanent items, of permanent magic, what happens to it when you enter it. The magic won't disappear. You just don't know if the magic is entirely suppressed or what for the time that you're in there. So, like, Aaron's scimitars, which are both magical, he knows that the magic will not be destroyed. He just doesn't know if it will be entirely or partially suppressed while he's in however large this area of dead magic is.
Perhaps we can just leave the cart here and proceed on foot off-road if we want to try that.
Yeah, I was thinking something similar. Either that, or we can look around to the sides here and see if there's like a different path that we could take. Maybe there is like another option. We don't, like, for example, over here.
Where's here? Oh, there it is. Okay.
We can let's scout around and see if we can get an idea of where the boundaries of this thing is in this area. It may be that we just have to go through it.
So you're definitely going to have to leave the wagon and the here. It's going to have to be here. Your horses are not really going to be able to go. You can lead the horses off to the west, off to the east, but when you start getting them off of the path, only one of you is an exceptionally skilled rider that would be able to guide your horse, and his horse would be able to guide itself. The rest of you would struggle to guide and convince the animals to go where you would like for them to go, and it would take you a tremendous amount of time. So you've got a couple of decisions to make. Are you bringing your horses with you? Are you leaving the horses here and having the War Admiral stand guard over them, and perhaps Ash stand guard over them? Are you following the road and bringing them all with you? What are you attempting to do here?
Should we scout the road ahead a little bit? I don't know if the rogue and the ranger would be up for just taking a bit of a look ahead to see what situation there is.
Sure. I'll just scout down a path a little bit and see what's there.
So if you're going to be within shouting distance, then there's no need for me to move the two of you into a different channel. Are you two? Is this Aaron and Thanyar both wishing to go on the path itself, trying to stealthily approach, or just walking up, or what are we attempting to do?
I'm just going to try to stealthily approach to about this ridge here, and see over the ridge and see what's in.
Sorry, just quickly on the shouting distance thing. I don't think that's a good idea necessarily, like just shouting out. But I do think getting ahead, like you can go and have a decent look. Cool if there is danger, right? Like we'll come. So do make lots of noise then. But otherwise, feel free to use your discretion, I think. Really.
And this is Aaron and Thanyar both going, correct? Aaron, are you there? I'm assuming we have lost Aaron, or is he trying to talk in Discord and I can't see him? Let's make the assumption that we've lost him for a moment.
Yeah.
It appears if the ranger is in, deep contemplative meditation. at present.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
No problem.
I moved my phone because my headphones went out.
Okay, no
So I'm on my
problems.
phone.
So I thought there
Yeah.
was,
So yeah,
so you're moving forward with Thanyar. He wants to go investigate a little further down. Is that what you would like to do?
correct.
Okay. So my understanding, you wish to be about here. Let me get Harry and put him about there. The two of you felt this same minor headache the moment you crossed that threshold of those two stones. You should now be able to see the stone to the far west as well as see a tremendous amount more of the place directly in front of you. As you can see what is obviously a large mound of the remnants of dead bodies piled in front of a stone wall leading in towards a castle itself. But one thing that the two of you notice, if you'll give me just a moment, is this. Neither of you were taken aback or caught off guard by this, but before you two engage in anything, I need Blish, Kalen, Harlgriff, Alec, Ash, the War Admiral, and Sulian to all make surprise checks. If you have alertness, you can make your alertness check right now. The surprise checks you make in the open.
In the open or in the tower?
In the open, because you need to know if you are surprised.
So
Make your
Yeah,
alertness
pass the
first.
alertness.
Yeah.
I made it the alertness.
Okay, yeah. So
I
then
passed
you add +1 for alertness. Then give me just a moment. Thanyar, did you see that image? And
I see the map. I don't have.
okay, hold on just a different moment. I will share this
Yep, got
image
it.
with you. So
I
this,
see them.
yes, this is what they look like.
Okay, nice.
Great.
And I will put them. You can also see where they are on the map itself. It was a very ghost-like and shout. Not a single person was surprised, but everyone in the back also heard a challenge in common that seemed to be more of an echo of a shout than a shout itself. It was in common, "Who goes there?"
A watcher. A brethren of the watch.
Are you?
I will
You're yelling
march
that.
off to approach if you let me.
Okay, just give me a moment. And that was shouted, had to be shouted. The
Yes.
response is, "Then come and join us in death, brother." As you can see, massive two-handed swords are drawn. Thanyar and Aaron can see those, and they appear to be readying for battle. So I'm going to ask Aaron, what would he like to do?
Drawing both scimitars.
Okay. You know how to do that, right, for your initiatives?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Alec, what would you like to do?
I'll just shout. You have fulfilled your duty, brethren.
Understood. So
I will march forth to with my holy symbol held high.
Okay. So that's just your general movement. Blish?
Yep.
Oh, shit. This will...
For those of you who haven't seen the image just yet, I will share the image with everyone.
That's awesome.
There you are. Can you see it?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Okay, I wasn't sure if all of you
It's
could see it.
Terminator.
That is the holy symbol of Helm hanging in the center of its chest, by the way, for those of you who can look at that and see that.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah.
The undead. Finish cast fireball. Just kidding.
Seriously, tell us what you're doing. Come on.
Blitz is gonna. He's gonna wait to see what happens to see if these guys parlay or whether we're gonna battle.
Okay, not a problem.
We shall battle.
Hologriff. Antonio.
Oh, okay.
You forgot who you were for a moment.
Yeah. No, I didn't hear.
Oh, sorry.
So it must have gone a little bit quiet. So yeah. So I will be. Let me see. The undead are challenging us. So yeah, I'll come face off with them with my heavy battle axe.
Understood. So you'll roll initiative for your axe. Kalen.
Actually, just a quick question with the lances. Are they a charge action only, or can I use them?
You can use a lance. You can use. Obviously, you can't use a shield when you're holding a lance. If you're mounted, then you're using it in like a charge. You could, I guess, you could run and charge with it, but it wouldn't be quite the same.
That's what I meant. Like to use a lance, you have to use it as a charge action on the horse, right?
Well, to use it to its fullest effectiveness, you could still charge with a lance, but it wouldn't do the double damage that it would do if you were mounted on your horse.
Yeah, sorry, but when we okay, cool, yeah, perfect. I'm going to jump on the admiral and position myself.
Okay, so you'll obviously have to make a successful land-based riding check. If you do that, you'll be able to move and jump and position yourself this round because you're not right beside him. If you were right beside him, you could just sort of jump up with no loss of movement, but you're some 10 or 15 feet away from where he is at this point. So you've got to move and then jump and then position him where you would like for him to be is what you'll have to do. But that'll be just your default movement, not his. Sulian?
That would be my full action, right?
Your default action, which is, that'll be your full round, which is just your initiative from the front. Sorry, Sulian, go ahead.
Is it quite dark at the moment?
Is there
a shadow cast over everywhere?
You may not be able to see what yelled out, but the darkness is mostly because of the covers of trees or these risen ridges that are quite high, and you are at a lower elevation, and you're going up like a gentle slope towards this castle. Remember?
But there's no direct sunlight onto the ground anyway, even without the trees, right?
Oh no, there's some direct sunlight on the ground. That's fine. Yes.
Okay, so the question I have is, if I cast Sunrise because it has a effect against undead, does that include this undead?
You don't know until you do that, but you do know that you're attempting to cast a spell into a dead magic zone, which won't happen.
Are we in the? I thought it was only around the boulders.
But those are just outside markers. That's where it starts. You don't know where it ends.
Right. Okay. Well, back to the drawing board. Okay, so I will shadow Kalen then, just behind him.
Okay, he's running to get up on his horse. You're gonna get on his horse with him. Got you.
Where's Alec? No, I'm shadowing Alec with him.
Oh, well, Alec is going to be charging up. Not charging up, moving up. So just roll your default movement initiative there.
Yep.
And Thanyar.
Thanyar is going to be moving back.
Okay. Again, that's your default movement initiative there. So roll that. And once everybody has rolled their initiative, we should be all set to go. When I tell you to roll your initiative, you guys can roll it at that point. And if you know what it is, you don't have to wait for me to say it. You can roll your initiative. Whenever you know what your action is. So, Aaron, there you go.
Yeah, I'm about to do it. Hold on.
Okay.
I just got a lot of layers going on.
No problem. I apologize for that. I do spread out more. I've gotten a much better monitor setup because I'm doing a lot more online gaming, so I've got a much better monitor setup recently, and you need to remind me if I'm filling up your screen too much.
No. It's all right. Initiative. There it is.
So then your offhand is just a normal D10 plus you didn't roll for your scimitar, so look at
Oh, I
your
rolled with
actions tab,
Yep.
right, and you roll for your +2 scimitar, which will be the exact same as that. You don't have to re-roll it because it happens to work out to be the same. But your +1 scimitar, you have to roll a separate D10 and add 4 and
Got it.
keep track of that separately. Okay. Alrighty, got you. So that's 13. So it looks as if Sulian is first, but he was waiting for Alex. So when Alex starts to move, Sulian can go with him. Blish is reacting next. Blish.
Yeah, Blish just stands
Still?
back,
Okay.
waiting to see what happens.
Harlgriff.
Okay, pulling out my two-handed battle axe and moving towards where they see that undead. I guess it's over here. Oh, wait a minute. How far can I get?
6 squares. So that's about right. You can move 35 feet or so. 30 feet, actually. So you'll be here. That's where you can move to. Okay. And end your turn. Danyar.
Move back towards there.
Okay.
Oh, so that's a ridge above it, or is it below? Yeah, it's above. Okay.
Is that where you're moving to there and stopping, or you want to finish? You want to take some more movement, or what?
Do I have only 30, or how much do I actually have?
You should have 12, which is 60. So 12 is squares, so 60 feet.
Ah, yeah, got it. I'll move.
But then you have to end it with a facing change, etc. So to there, that's not a problem.
Yeah, and try to hide.
Well, you can't try to hide after the fact. You have to tell me at the beginning when you roll initiative that you're going to try to hide, right? But you can move to there. No problem.
And draw my weapons, of course.
So the horse is ready to begin moving as soon as Kalen moves to him. Kalen, you have to make your riding land-based check to vault into the saddle.
2 seconds.
Failure doesn't indicate that you do anything other than just fail. It's not you got on the saddle, you just didn't fully. So now you're on the saddle, and you can position the horse somewhere within 6 squares of where you are. Harlgriff, you are in a dead magic zone. You can't go through Blish unless you want to run over him.
Sorry.
But I'm happy for you to run over him.
I didn't even see him there. Sorry.
Watch where you're going, mate.
We're going to run over you with a big war horse this time. I'm pushing Sulian to directly behind Alec there, so. Okay, I'm happy for you to be there with no issues at all. And that's where you ended up. Alec, Sulian is going to maneuver wherever you maneuver. At least, he'll be close to you. He's only got a few more squares to go, and I think Alec is lightly encumbered too, probably. No, Alec isn't encumbered. So.
Sorry, Stephen, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm going to move here and attempt to turn on that.
Well, you have to declare that you're going to attempt to turn when you roll initiative.
Because I was raising my holy symbol.
Okay, no problem. So
whatever. I'll just start.
No, that's fine. I get what you're saying. Yes. Hold on. Let me answer Matt's question, and I'll get back to you in just a moment, Howard. So.
Sorry, it's important.
Go.
Because
Yes.
I was trying to finish my move. I
Yes.
was trying to finish my move, but it wouldn't let me finish it. So
okay.
Sorry.
You are right. You were saying that about your holy symbol, so we will. And it's the same initiative as your default initiative, so it doesn't change anything. We will let you. But it's only the ones that you can see, right? So maneuver to where you need to be. Move again for me if you don't mind, okay? That's not all of your movement. You can still move more.
Yeah, over here. I will start turning over here because I'm not sure how my magic could reach.
So you're in a dead magic zone. So turning is a piece of channeled holy magic. It won't work while you're in this dead magic zone. The moment that you cross that boundary and they see that stone to the far east of you, you realize it's not going to work because you have no connection to your deity to demand that his magical energy flow through you. You just realize that as soon as you thought about it. That headache returned, etc. So you won't be able to do that. Aaron,
All right.
it is your turn to move. You can move up to half your movement and still get your normal attacks, or you can move more of your movement as they are still a pretty decent ways away from you. They were,
Yeah, they're
taking
about
out.
9 clicks. They're
So
about 9 clicks away.
yeah, what would you
So
like
I
to
think I
do?
want to get a little bit closer to get a visual of if how many more there are, because there's only 2 showing,
Okay.
and then I can yell back and tell people what's going on.
So just maneuver
So
yourself
I'll
to
move.
what you would like to do.
Yeah.
They only know where it
Moving back.
starts. They don't know.
If you want to put me squarely in a box, you can. I didn't see the box.
The lines are more for your purpose. Fantasy Grounds will measure it exactly to feet. So as long as we know that one piece of movement for you is 5 feet on this map, then we don't have to be you don't have to end up in actual squares. It just if it makes
Okay.
you more comfortable, we can do that, but people don't have to end up like that,
No,
right? So okay.
no. Fine.
The first of these individuals maneuvers directly in front of you. You moved more than half your movement to get to that point, but he did not. Was that the first one? No, sorry, wrong one. This was the first one, and he still is able to maneuver in the same distance, about half of his movement as this old rusty two-handed sword swipes down at Aaron, missing as Aaron ducks. Another one of these individuals maneuvers closer to you, as you can see, swiping his sword as he's turning to face you. Swiping his sword at you as well. Please hold on. Again, you were able to maneuver away, but these are not your average kind of guards that you would have expected even at that point. You can tell they are somewhat skilled warriors even in this undead state. As the final one missed you as well. No one has any attacks this round or anything else to do this round. Aaron, you do see to the northwest another marker stone. Do you see that?
Yeah, the one over here.
Yes, the one to the northwest of where you are.
Yep.
Okay, so that probably marks the other side of that dead magic zone.
So I
And
yell back to them to let them know.
okay, what are you telling
I
them?
see another marker stone.
Okay, end of the round. So this
The
time
north.
we'll start with War Admiral, which is actually what's going on. The War Admiral. What is he attempting to do, Kalen?
So is it mine? So you're saying this is Kaelin's movement?
Well, no, it's the next round. So I want to know what
Yeah,
you're trying to
so-
do. But starting with
okay,
the
yeah,
War
so
Admiral, yes.
move and attack.
Okay, so remember you can only charge in a straight line, but the War Admiral moves at 25, so that's 100 feet. You can move 50 feet and still get an attack, but you'll have to make a riding land-based check if Kalen attacks.
Got it.
So, but you roll. Are you attacking with a weapon or what?
Yes.
What weapon?
I'm going to attack the weapon. I'm going to use my mace.
Okay, so then that's what you roll initiative with. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and Kalen rolls. Sulian, what are you doing?
I'm going to delay my action to the end of the round.
Okay, so you have to still roll an initiative just so we know in case something happens before you were able to act on that, and add an additional +1 to it just for mechanical purposes on my side. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And Holgriff.
This is. Yeah, one of my mates already engaging. Let me see. 2, 4, 6.
Remember, you can take a double move. You just won't be able to do anything but that double move.
Yeah, I'll come to the aid of my comrade, which is already facing these things,
Okay.
with my two-handed battle axe.
Understood. Blish.
Blish is going to cast no. Oh, I can't see anything actually. Blish is going to move.
Okay. All right, so just roll your movement initiative. Alec?
I will have my. I will pull up my armor. Is that a armor or mace? The
He
mace.
uses a horseman's mace, but he also has a spell. The primary
Yeah, there's
weapon.
no magic at the moment, so yeah.
Right. So the primary weapon he uses is his +1 horseman's mace. Look at actions, and then look at weapons, and look at horseman's mace +1.
Yeah. He will march forth to where Aaron is because he saw Aaron just storm into the embankment. So, but yeah, so he will go in there and hopefully he could help flank or whatever.
Okay. So roll initiative with your horseman's mace, right? And if you move over half your movement, you won't be able to get any attacks. With your horseman's mace, you actually get 2 attacks a round, by the way. Because that's your weapon of choice, and as a worshiper of Helm, you get multiple attacks at certain levels, etc. To roll your initiative with that. Sorry about the delay. Aaron?
Yeah.
You're going to, I'm assuming,
I'm
just
gonna-
continue with the scimitars, right?
Yes.
Okay. Roll initiative with your scimitars then. You're almost
Right.
guaranteed to be faster than these creatures, with their two-handed swords.
There was that one, and then there's the other second.
Yes. Which will be at 8. Right? So we will,
8.
obviously, Blish is first. Blish.
Oh, did my turn got skipped?
I'm sorry. What were you going to do? I apologize.
I was just gonna move. That's all good.
Okay, no
I was
problem.
just gonna move, so that's all good. Yeah.
Okay, my apologies. Blish, are you there?
Yeah,
What do you want to do?
I want to move. Dang it. Can I get to
Yes, and you will feel the headache of the onset, the mild headache that lets you know you've been disconnected from your magic as you have stepped 1 foot into a dead magic zone.
All right.
Sulian, you are waiting to the end of the round. Alec, so you can move up to your movement 60 feet. That's not 60 feet, but I'll click there, and when you get there, you should be able to take some more movement. Because you obviously are now between 2 narrow ridges that you were going up, and you can see more, right? So that will be more than half your movement, so you essentially can become a target, but you won't be able to do anything else for Aaron, who is...
Yes.
Okay, so would you end your turn?
Yeah. Do I feel the magic return?
Nope, not at all. But from your point of view, you can't see the stone that he said there. He said there was another stone up here somewhere. But from your point of view, you can't see it. So you've ended your turn. Aaron, both of your scimitars can go now.
Yes, I'm going to go after fallen soldier 2.
Okay. So make sure you have that one targeted, please, and I'll just...
Let me just...
I'll put you right there so you can, and then I'll turn your facing for you.
All right, hold on. I'm going crazy here.
Okay. What do you need help with? Just let me know.
Yeah, no, I'm just moving my character.
Okay.
Should be targeted.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Just getting it underneath all the layers. That's all.
No problem.
And then I'm going to attack with my scimitar +2.
Actually, yeah, the +1 one attacks first because it was at 8. Remember?
Oh, does it?
Yes.
Okay.
This round it
So
attacks
that
first.
so that one. So I need a which do I use that die or use another die?
Look at the actions tab
No,
for
I got
your
it.
character sheet. You have a +1 scimitar. That's the one you use. So your +1 scimitar is the one you should have attacked with. It doesn't matter. It's still missed. So now you can just make another attack with the normal scimitar.
Okay.
Do you see
With
the
the plus-
+1 scimitar?
I do. That's what I just
Okay,
used.
no problem. Oh, okay, it said. Oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, I misread that. So yes, you attacked with that. Attack with the +2 scimitar now. My apologies, because they're
Okay,
coming so
no.
quickly. One right after the other. Both of your weapons missed as it's bouncing off of the remnants of the armor that they have. Who said
Me,
Okay, who is me?
Harry.
Oh, sorry, my
Aaron. I
apologies.
was just
Okay, no problem. Okay, Nathaniel.
I'm just moving to there just so I can see what's happening with my companions.
Okay, and that's what you have done. Okay, so War Admiral.
Okay, I'll move up.
You don't have to worry about moving Kalen. We're assuming Kalen is on the back of the War Admiral. So that's, what was that? That was 40 feet? Something like that. So we'll call it 40. Is that all you want to move to, or are you moving more? Hello? Okay, so I don't think he's trying to move off into the woods behind him.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know why was it doing that.
I have no idea.
That was really weird.
You've moved 40 feet to this point, so if you move more than 10 more feet, that's going to put you right inside the tree there, which is going to cause you to be somewhat at a disadvantage, and I'm sure you don't want to walk into a tree.
If I move more than 50, I just can't attack, right?
Correct. Just be a little more quick about it.
Sorry, I'm just dropping it for some reason.
Is that where you want to go?
Yeah, I'm just going to move straight in and just let them get on the stack of me. Go ahead.
Okay. So they obviously have changed their focus to, the larger mounted individual who is riding from this point. Howard, you said something in the middle of that conversation. What did you say?
Just say make way trees.
Got you. Understand. Harlgriff.
Okay, I will move in.
And is that it?
Feet, and I got 5 foot more. I'll move to here.
Okay.
And that's all I can do. All I can move, as far as I can move.
No problem. This individual will continue to attack Aaron, as Aaron is obviously his main target and is not actually facing him at this point in time. Aaron had to turn to face the other skeleton to fight that one. As this individual, you notice his grip on his sword nearly faltered as you see his fingers actually cracking and one of his thumbs hits the ground itself. This one takes its attention towards the War Admiral. As you can see, the horse is somewhat frightening. It hits very hard and connects with the horse's armor, but doesn't penetrate through that. And this individual, turning to face the two oncoming ones, noticing that one of them is a worshiper of Helm, attacks him. missing as well. So no one has any additional attacks or anything this round, just so we are aware. And it will be the next round. And let me see what
I got
Thanyar.
my action card delayed to the end
Yes,
of the
what
round.
would you like to do?
So I can move 30 and still attack. Is that right?
You have to declare an attack. Well, you waited to. Depends on what you want to do. You can move 4.5 squares, so you can move 22.5 feet and still get an attack.
Okay, because I can't see anything at the moment, so I'm going to move 22.
But you can move a total of 45 feet if you want. That's your maximum movement in a round.
Something like that.
Okay.
Is that all right?
That's fine.
Yeah. So I can see. Okay, and then now I can see.
Correct.
And just bring up what I've got. Sorry. I'm going to use my sling. Actually, there's people in front.
And one of them is mounted. So you're just going to finish more movement out to that point. Is that right?
Onto the side.
Okay, not a problem. So you're just
correct,
getting a much better look at what was going on. And it is next round, and I will go to Thanyar. What would you like to do this coming round?
I would like to move.
Okay, that's just movement initiative. Suline, what would you like to do this coming round?
I'm going to move up a little bit and attack with my...
Or attempt to. Right, so that's that tree, and there's some rocks on the ground there. The space directly in front of you is not level ground. Just be aware of that when you're moving forward. Okay, that'll be initiative for the weapon you're using to attack. Kalen?
Okay.
I'll attack.
Okay. With what, just so I know?
Horseman's Race?
Is the horse also attacking?
Yes.
All right, so you have to make a riding land-based check when it's the horse's initiative to be able to make sure that you are guiding his attacks, unless you want him to attack on his own.
I will guide his attacks.
Okay, not a problem. So just letting you know. So he has an initiative on his main tab. That's what you roll for his hooves. And then you have your initiative for your weapon. So both initiatives have to be rolled. And Harlgriff, what are you doing?
Attack this this fallen soldier of Helm with my two-handed battle axe.
Hopefully, right?
Yes.
And Blish?
Blish is going to move and use a sling.
Okay, not a problem. So that'll be the initiative for your sling. And that will be engaging and funny for me. As you are firing uphill towards your friends. Alec?
I will put him to rest with my horseman mace.
Hopefully, right? And Aaron?
I'll be using both my scimitars again.
Good. Roll your initiatives, and we will go from there. They have exceptionally, slow weapons, right? So most of you should get your attacks off before they get theirs. But if they hit, they have two-handed swords. All right,
I have
so
2 hit points.
Of course you do. It's been a while since you played the character at that level. I forgot. All right, Aaron, you will actually go first with both of your scimitars. And
I'm going to do the Fallen Soldier 3.
Go ahead. So you're turning to face 3, which will put your other flank at the one that is facing Alec, and he probably won't turn his attention to you.
Targeted?
Sure. But wait.
Target?
You have one of the wrong ones targeted.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Okay, I've cleared that target for you. Now you have... Okay, go ahead and retarget Fallen Soldier number 3.
Yep.
Okay, swing away.
Let me get to my character sheet.
No problem.
Getting better at this.
Everyone
Scimitar
is.
1 or Scimitar 2?
Actually, I think the +1 when the +2 will go first because it had the slower initiative.
Okay.
The faster initiative, I should say. Swinging and missing, it's really hard to find a good spot to slice into when there is no meat to slice into. And your offhand scimitar at the same time Kalen swings. But before you swing Kalen, I have to tell you how this works for you.
Yep.
But go ahead and get your offhand, Aaron. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Is that a 20D?
Yeah, it's the +1, the other scimitar.
Yeah. All right. Hold on.
Okay. That is a hit, so you can roll damage with that scimitar.
Okay. There we go.
Are you able to roll damage?
Yeah. Yeah, I just did. Did it show up?
No. Anybody seeing
No.
that? No. Okay. Roll it again.
No.
No, didn't see it.
All right. So,
Yeah.
that's not right. Look at the scimitar that you hit with, which is your
Yep.
+2 scimitar. And do you see
Yes.
to the right of that, there's a red number 3, and then to the right of that, there's a D8 +5. Do you see that?
Yeah.
The D8
Yes.
+5 is what you want to roll. All right, much of your blow was resisted. As you know, a slicing weapon into a creature with no real flesh is not going to feel the force of that blow. But nonetheless, you did connect. Okay, so Kalen, you're making the attack. I'm just going to drag Kalen up there so that you can actually see the things to target with Kalen. But your actual position is where the warhorse is, right?
Yeah.
You are... Oh, I thought you were talking to me for a moment. You are on horseback, which means you attack as if you were 1 level higher, and you are using a horseman's mace, which gives you a +1 when you are on horseback. So you have an additional +2 to your attack roll.
It's actually 2 levels higher because it's a bonded mount.
So that's a +3. You're right. Because your Thaco just goes down 1 for every level, so that's a +3. So.
Oh, sorry. I meant to say to you, sorry, when I was getting on the horse, my horseman's mace is on my horse. So I would have picked it up when I got onto the horse.
I assumed that you did because you rolled initiative for your horseman's mace. Yeah, that's fine. I've got no problems.
Yeah. But the actual mace itself is still on the horse, so I need to...
That's fine, yeah. But we need to just quickly, I'll just drag that to Kalen. Otherwise, Kalen can't use it because it's on the horse. So there you go. All we have to do is drag it like that and make sure it's equipped. Let me make sure it is equipped. It is not equipped. It's not. The skill isn't attached to it. Let me put the skill to it. Now your proficiency is there. +3 to whatever you're going to roll here. So make sure to click +3 before you make your attack roll.
Done.
You have hit. All
Nice
of that
roll.
went through damage-wise. That was fully absorbed by the skeleton. You are mounted and have a shield and just swung. So your riding land-based check has a -4. So make your riding land-based check in the open. Should you fail, you don't fall off the horse or anything. You just weren't able to control where the horse was going to attack. If you're able to control where it attacks, it gets an additional +1 to its attack roll. You did not fail. So both hooves and the bite come all at once on one character, on one thing. That's a hit. Roll the other attacks before you roll damage so we can just figure out how many times we have to roll damage. That's a hoof. Oh, that was his bite. Biting into it. Or you can roll damage first if you want.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So
No worries.
So
That's you get another hoof.
Can I switch target, or is it?
Nope. All of the horses when have to be directed at one target.
Cool.
And that is a hit. So roll damage with
Alright.
both of the hooves.
Well, this horse is deadly.
It's a warhorse, yes.
Did the bite hit as well?
Yes, the bite hit, but you already rolled damage for the bite. So you did a grand total of 10
did
points
I?
of damage that round. Oh, you rolled a hoof first. The bite should have been a D4, but I'm not going to have you re-roll that in case you're wondering. So the damage that you rolled first was the hoof, but you still did 3 instead of the D4, so we're not re-rolling that. Just end your turn for me so we can get to Alec.
Thank you.
So Alec, before you do anything, please make a ceremony check in the tower.
Ceremony, is it skill?
It's a skill, yes. Okay, hold on just a moment. You have a piece of information there. You don't really have time to share that, at least not at present. But if you wish to use that for yourself, let me know.
Pray as I swing my horseman.
You gain an additional +1 attacking them, simply because of what you were doing and who you are versus what they are. As long as you continue to do that. Go ahead.
Your duty is fulfilled, brothers. Rest in peace.
That's a hit.
Rest in pieces.
That's well.
Minimum damage.
Would have been
You
funny if
get
you missed.
another attack at the end of the round. Because you get 2 attacks a round with that weapon. Please end your turn for me. Thank you. Sulian.
Would I be able to?
I like how people just ask questions and like, what you think maybe we?
No, I just don't know if the warhorse is in the way because I know I can do 22.5 movement to there and still get an attack. But I'm just worried the warhorse is in the way.
The warhorse is a large creature, so actually, if you would like, I will show you the real dimensions of the warhorse on the map. All right, give me just a second.
Hey, I got my headphones disconnected. Did Alex say something?
There you go. So it's a little bit bigger than one whole square. What are you doing? I don't know if Alex said something or not. I'm trying to figure out what Sulian is doing. I'll get to Alec in just a moment. You can't move through the horse, and you can't move through the dwarf.
Can I move there?
You can't move through the dwarf.
I would go. Oh gosh.
Well, you can try to move through the dwarf.
Yeah.
And then
here.
So
for
you want to.
And then attack.
That's 25 feet.
That's too much?
Yes.
Okay. Then put that away. I know this is uneven ground. I move up just a bit and then strike there at...
So you are creating an attack of opportunity at yourself, but that happens at the exact same time that you are attacking this thing. So go ahead and attack this thing.
Okay. I've got an option for double attack or single attack.
I don't understand what you mean. That's damage. You have to attack it first.
Oh, that was just damage.
So I got to take that damage off if you'll hold on just a moment.
Yep.
All right. So that damage has been removed. So you're using your Morning Star. Do you see where it says 8? There you go. And that was a miss. So you walked up, missed the creature, swinging at it with your Morning Star. Harlgriff, this is your first actual round of combat. So this is when your specialization starts. So I know you've been trying to use it for a number of rounds, but it's just one attack this round. And you're turning to face that one, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Swing away.
Let me see. Okay.
Would you like to
Ah!
take double die damage or an extra attack?
Double die damage.
Okay, so just roll your damage twice.
Okay, cool.
So much of the damage was resisted simply because of you are having the same problem Aaron is having. It's a mighty blow, but there's nothing that's really fleshy for you to bite into with that axe.
Yes.
Blish.
Blish is going to move forward to here.
Alrighty. Now remember, you're firing uphill, so what is your intended target? And then you're going to move up more?
That was accident.
Okay, no problem.
My intended target is Soldier Helm 2.
Okay. So whatever you roll, put a -2 into that. And there's a moderate to good chance that you might end up hitting your companions. Yes, you didn't hit anyone. So that sling stone is just completely lost. End your turn, if you can, in the combat tracker, if you remember how. Thanyar, all you're doing is moving, correct?
Yes.
Sorry about the delay. Are you moving any further than
It's
that,
all
or
good.
just that?
Oh, I was just gonna move like one more square to the left so I can see what's happening.
Okay. There you're
And then
able to
I'll-
see what's going on there.
Yeah.
The first of these creatures swings back at Aaron, the first time it's been able to really attack at him this round. Bringing this old two-handed sword down, which again pins to break a part of his bone off of his forearm on his right hand. Perhaps this dead magic area is having some effect on these creatures who are held together by magic. So this is the War Admiral. Did you make your riding land-based check? Make your riding land-based check at the same -4, Matt.
2 seconds.
Sure. You succeeded. So go ahead and attack one of these things 3 times. Hoof, bite, hoof, bite, in that order, preferably.
Okay, 2 seconds.
The first hoof misses. The second hoof does not. And its bite misses, so 1 hoof damage. Damaging again. So this thing's taking a significant amount of damage. As we see the dog bark at the back, just barking in support of everyone. And this soldier that was just hit, this fallen warrior of Helm, attacks War Admiral, hitting him. Doing 18 points of damage. Because two-handed swords do 3d6 points of damage to large creatures, and the warhorse is large. This fallen soldier attacks Helm, almost humming. You can hear almost a hum that seems to match the sounds that you yourself are making there, Alec, as his blade connects with you for 10 points of damage. Alec, you have another attack this round. As you hit. Crushing this creature, its body collapses and begins to rapidly turn to ash and a pile of rust. Within seconds, it's going to be gone. It is the next round. Aaron, what is your intended action this round?
Attack.
Okay.
Can I change out my scimitar one with the club?
You can try to do so, but you are facing intelligent warriors. So you will be less than defensive. You will not be at your full defensive capabilities in doing so.
Then I'll save to both scimitars.
Okay, not a problem. So go ahead and roll your initiatives. Alec? The skeleton's body presents no hazard in stepping through that. It will be rapidly gone. What would you like to do, Alec?
I will circle around to the back of the Soldier of Helm 3
Okay.
and then attack from behind.
Okay, so just roll initiative for the weapon you're using that for that. Blish?
One thing, Stephen, wasn't there supposed to be an attack of opportunity on me?
There
for
was,
my
and it
movement
missed.
at the end of the round?
No,
Okay.
it was at that same time that you did, and it missed.
Okay.
Blish?
Blish again will uses we'll do a bit of positioning and we'll try.
Okay,
use,
use your sling. Understood. Harlgriff, you will get 2 attacks this round.
All right.
Assuming you don't move more than half your movement. That's the sucky part about a dwarf, right? You know, you want boots of striding and
Yeah,
springing or
speed.
something. Yeah, I need boots
Yeah.
of speed, so I always move faster.
Yep.
Great saves, all that kind of stuff. You can't move. I'm assuming you're attacking with your axe, so just roll initiative with your axe.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. I was just
Attacking
waiting
with
for you to
axe.
tell me. Kalen?
Going to use the horseman's mode.
Okay, and roll initiative for your horse as well. Thanyar?
I'll move and tumble.
Okay. Not a problem whatsoever. So that'll be a movement, and then you've got to go 20 feet for your tumble, remember, right? So roll initiative for your horse as well. There we go. That's there. And then roll just your movement initiative, please. Okay, and the first person to act is going to be Thanyar.
All right. So, send a move 20 feet with my tumble.
Now, you are going
Go.
up slope. Do not forget that.
Yep.
I haven't rolled initiative.
I'm sorry. What would you like to do? Sulian?
Fallen Soldier Helm 2 is dead, so I'll move and strike at Fallen Soldier Helm 3.
Okay, so that would be with the weapon that you're using is the initiative. So whatever, I think it's your Morning Star. Okay, so Thanyar?
Right, so then I will be parkouring over Alec and the dead corpse.
Okay, not a problem. You will have a -1 to this attempt because you were going uphill.
Yep.
Obviously, you will put yourself at less than a defensive position against Soldier of Helm 3, but you have the armor class bonus of your tumble should you succeed. And you have succeeded. So everyone saw. You want to describe what you did?
So basically, what Finnar did is run straight up to behind Alec, and then basically put both his hands to the shoulder of Alec and jump right over him and do an acrobatic flip in the air, as a graceful elf would do, and land right next to this fallen soldier of Helm with his club drum.
So this fallen soldier of Helm does attempt to swing at it. But in doing so, it seems to collapse right where it stood. So its body just collapses right there at that point where that purple bit is there, and then the one right beside him is attempting to swing at this point. So I just had to get the other body out of the way there for you. Sorry about that, fellas. It's completely gone now. And Thanyar was still hit mid-air, realizing that these individuals were very skilled warriors in life. Luckily, you only took 5 points of damage from that blow. Blish.
It's okay. I'll get the
Blish moves to here.
Is that all you're moving to, or you just want to get and you're attacking
No.
that one? Okay.
That's it, yeah.
You still have the same -2 to the attack roll, and then we have to see what you actually make after that to determine any outcomes. So, hold on. Let's see. No.
I tell JD Vance there to duck.
Just a moment. JD Vance. Yeah, that's not high enough to hit anyone from the back there either in that case. So they are all fairly well armed. That was what I was checking. Another stone that just bounced at the ground in front of this. Alec, your first attack. Or you have to move it at least a
Let
step.
me. Yeah. Let me finish jotting the path.
Because if it's more than half your movement, it'll be no attacks. So that square that you stepped into by the tree, those two squares there, actually are double movement because they are not smooth ground. So that becomes
Don't worry.
41 feet is what you end up at.
Yes. Sure.
Which is more than half your movement, and it just positions you to that point.
Yes.
But nothing is able to get an attack of opportunity off on you, just so you're aware. Okay, so you make it to that point. The horse, to get it to attack Matt, you need to make your riding land-based check. You haven't attacked yet this round yourself, so you're still able to control it more freely. This riding land-based check is only at a -2, not at a -4, because you have not attacked yet. And you failed. So you can't really direct the horse. The horse is not going to be able to attack this round. You kind of feel like the horse was trying to, go a different direction from you, and your two personalities clashed. So the horse is not going to be able to attack this round. As this one is still facing, as another, actually, you notice that a worshiper of Helm walks up behind it. It turns to face the worshiper of Helm to attack him, leaving its back exposed to the individuals behind him, hitting Alec for 4 points of damage. Hallgriff.
Okay, I will be moving to here. I know it's rough terrain.
You
so
can
that's
ignore that.
Probably double.
It's
okay.
rock and rubble. You can ignore it. It's not swamp or anything.
Okay, cool. Moving to there. And then attack the fallen soldier.
Its
of
back
Helm.
is to you, so you get a +2 to your attack roll.
Yeah, and I get 2 attacks. This first one comes in now.
And then the other attack will come at the end of the round. Would you like to take double
Ooh.
die damage or an extra attack immediately?
Double die.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
You have heavily wounded. Your other attack will come at the end of the round. Go ahead and end your turn.
Okay. I was gonna say, I think he's resisting twice. I think he should only resist once, but it's okay.
No, it's still going to come through because you're not supposed to be getting all of your bonus to the damage. So.
Oh, I see. Got it.
Okay.
No problem then.
Aaron, go ahead and attack with both of your scimitars. Yeah. Both of them get a +2 to your attack roll because this creature has completely ignored you once Alec came into view. Although, Alec, you do not seem to think that the fallen soldier of Helm will do the same, as he appears content facing a Tormite horse and a Tormite paladin. Your first attack misses as you are just sort of aghast that this individual thought so little of you to turn its back on you. And your offhand weapon? You're like, hey, what happened to me? I'm here.
Yeah.
Go ahead and attack with your offhand scimitar as well.
Is that the right? No.
It's the
I had to do
+1 scimitar.
Yeah, +1 scimitar.
Yep.
Using. Did it register? It's not registering.
No. So just if it doesn't register this time, I'll roll it. Try one more time.
Yeah, didn't register. I just did. Didn't register.
Just a second. I'll handle it.
Okay.
So you see that attack roll came through. It was a 14, which was a miss. And this will end your turn. As you can see, this one fallen soldier of Helm is again attacking the warhorse. Missing, but not by much. Kaelin, your attack. Don't forget to add a total of +3 to your attack roll, because you are mounted on a bonded mount and using a horseman's weapon. You and the horse both are fighting against one another. Even though you've trained a lot with the creature, you haven't really fought skilled opponents before on horseback, not frequently. So that's what's really causing the issue for you here, as both you and the horse have different opinions. Sulian.
I'll move up to.
So going through those first 2 squares is double the movement, so you're actually going to be at 28 to get to that point, which is more than half your movement.
Okay.
And then you just turn and face this thing, and next round you'll be able to do something more. No one has any other actions this round, so we will go to.
You can attack.
Who? Sorry. Oh yeah, you do. I forgot. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right.
Your iterative attack. I forgot.
Let me see. Do I have?
You have additional +2 because it's not facing you. Do you have what?
Just. Hang on.
Okay, I'm
Have
hanging.
it targeted.
Just make the attack roll. We can always drag the attack roll. That's fine. Just make the attack roll.
There you go.
Right. That has hit.
Okay.
Again, these things are obviously much tougher than what you expected them to be, right? They are not your average risen skeleton. They were actually speaking earlier. Let's not forget. So it is the very next round, and we're going to go to Aaron. What are you intending to do?
Same.
Okay, Alec.
Both scimitar.
I will attack the soldier.
Continuing to pray.
Yes, of course.
Sorry, I have to change the round. Now you can roll initiative, Aaron. Sorry about that. Continuing to pray. Got you. Blish.
All right, that's okay.
Another sling bullet.
Okay. Still people blocking targets, so it'll be at least a -2, possibly -3, depending on what your target is. Most likely just a -2. Harlgriff.
Okay. Smash this thing with my 2-handed battle axe.
So remember, you can't actually roll initiative for the second weapon, Aaron.
Second weapon.
Yeah, so what we will do is, just to save time for you, we'll just have your offhand weapon always go at the end of the round. Is that okay?
Okay. That's
Okay,
fine.
that'll just be easier for you, right? Kaylin.
Yeah.
Horseman base.
Okay, and then roll initiative for the horse if it's doing anything. Ha, so slow for the horse there, sorry. Thanyar.
I'll attack with my club.
Understood. This creature is ignoring you, essentially, so it will be considered a backstab for you when you attack with your club.
Nice.
So let us go with Aaron's main hand weapon. Go with your right hand.
Yeah.
But you still have a 14 with your club. You hit. Damage, please.
Yeah.
As your first scimitar, even though there's not much flesh for you to bite into, manages to knock this creature down. The bones collapse, the red in its skulls begins to stop glowing, and much of the rust on the armor all is vanishing and disappearing almost immediately.
Excellent.
Kaylin.
Okay.
Alec of Helm, you can easily make a facing adjustment. And say that again, Matt?
Oh, sorry, that's right.
Again, this creature falls as well at that point.
Let's head back and do some healing. Getting a headache in this area.
So you're all
Yes.
just maneuvering back.
Can I see the other? Can I see the other stone?
I'll take a moment of prayer for
You
this
can see
fallen brother.
one stone to the northwest. You can't quite make out something on the other side.
Okay, but we can see them path through.
Correct. So you're all moving further back to the south. We don't have to actually drag your miniatures on the map, but you're all moving back to where the dog is at this point, right? What are we doing at that point?
I will start healing people,
Beginning with
starting
whom?
with the. Let me see. Starting with Alec, I guess.
Okay.
Then I'll go to the War Admiral.
Thank you.
Alrighty. You are welcome to. What are you casting on Alec?
Uh, Cure Light Wounds, if
Okay.
I'm not mistaken.
You may be. I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, Cure Light Wounds it is.
So you were
Magnificent.
moderately healed, but of course you can't expect much considering that this dwarf just escaped a dead magic zone. He's probably still reconnecting with his magic.
Yeah, another one.
So you're now 10 hit points down from your maximum, Alec.
Yeah, sure. I will also heal the warhorse of the paladin.
Okay, not a problem. So roll.
Does your warhorse need healing? I mean, do you have any other?
I've got.
All right.
I do have lay on hands, but
Third
I
one.
think it's good to keep because if anyone
Sure.
gets killed, well, I
Yeah,
can do
sure.
something from.
So Alec just heal, cast and heal, and we'll make sure it goes to the horse. Oh, yeah, the horse took 18 points of damage. It's about half dead.
So
Wow.
this dead magic zone, we can cast healing spells.
No, we moved
No, you
out
cannot.
of the dead magic zone. So
Oh,
we're just
okay.
ignoring what you're seeing on the map. We're all actually back down here where the dwarf is. If it makes it easier for you, if you need to see the map, I'll just drag you back there. So you are now here. There you go.
Can I do a healing proficiency check on both Alec and the warhorse?
You can't on the warhorse because that's a different skill. You could have on Alec before magical healing had been cast on him.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Danyar is the next person.
How does
Okay.
sorry,
Casting
just good.
healing on Danyar.
But who at
Thank
this
you.
stage needs healing?
We say Thanya.
Yes.
All right. Is he healed?
He was just
Oh,
healed a
3
little bit
points.
there. So,
Yeah.
All right. I'll cast one more Cure Light Wound on him.
now he's not wounded at all.
If I if I dismiss the War Admiral, he stays injured. Is that
He
right?
stays exactly in the state he's in right now. Yes.
Okay.
It's like no time passes for him.
Yeah. He's not in pain.
It's okay, Matt. It's okay. I'll do this. I'll cast Cure Light Wounds on his horse.
Do we have? Yeah, I was gonna say medicine, but thank you, I appreciate it. But I'm thinking more like we're about to go inside anyway, but I don't want him coming out and not being ready for combat.
It might be dead magic inside anyway. So might as well use it, yeah.
You're true. There are those stones there. There's a stone on the other side. Isn't it? I think it's like 30 feet from the center, something like that. So we can get across there quickly now. I think. I hope.
I bet we can. My apologies. Allow me to say some prayer for my fallen brethren. I will recite a chant of relieving the duty of the skeletons.
No problem. Go ahead and make a ceremony check in the tower. It takes a few moments, and it is mostly in words that have to deal with honor, duty, and completing your watch. Alrighty, fellas.
I'm gonna whilst he's doing that, I'm gonna feed some comfrey to the War Admiral.
Hold on just a moment first, if you don't mind, before you do that. It's not going to eat the comfrey. It's like, I don't want to eat that stuff. It even telepathically tells you eat it. Secondly, Sulian, do you see the combat tracker? Or just okay? Look at the spell itself. Look under the actions tab. Look at powers, and then go to your cure light wounds. Okay.
Yeah, I'm there.
And do you see to the far right-hand side of your Cure Light Wounds, there's a little black cog?
Yep.
Left-click that, and then you see Cast.
Yep.
Click one Cast, and then click one Heal, and then we'll just drag the heal to the Warhorse. There you go. And we'll drag that to the Warhorse, which will heal him for that much.
I'm gonna cast Continual Light on another copper coin. That makes it 2 now.
Okay. Danyar made it. He failed his save for some reason. You had him targeted. You cast Continual Light on him. I see. You're like, he looks like a copper coin. All right, so what are we doing, fellas? The Warhorse has 2 points of damage at this point.
I feel like that's okay.
Yeah, that could be okay.
If we're ready, we'll travel across, and I think we know roughly where the other side of that dead zone is.
I'm gonna, what do you call this? I'm going to keep the Continual Light coin with me, and so that when we come in and out of a dead zone, I would know. I hope that's how it works.
Clever.
You'll know when you go into a dead zone and when you leave one. You will know anyway, as a spellcaster. As long as you are awake, you will know.
Okay, got it. Oh, no need for that.
It's not like a wild magic zone that is not something you can tell. Only Blish would know it was a wild magic. He'd be like, wait a minute, this magic feels really friendly.
Yeah, sunglasses and leather jacket.
So you all are beginning to move forward. Is the Warhorse and the dog going with you?
Yes.
Okay. So you begin to make your way past where these skeletal creatures were, and within a few moments you have approached what is obviously a large pile of the remains of humans and humanoids that covers, some 15 foot in width by about, 15-foot radius, we should say, by about maybe 10-foot height. You can't really get a good solid guesstimate. Anyone who would like to try can make an intelligence check out in the open. And whoever succeeds by the largest margin will be those that will be the one who gets the highest guess. As the War Admiral obviously failed. He's like, hey, wait a minute. He can't talk, but he can count. He's like, 1, 2, 3.
1 hoof, 2 hoof.
You can only count up to 4. You can only got 4 hoofs.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks as if both Thanyar and Aaron are guesstimating that it's some 50 or so bodies there. But some of them are larger than human-sized. And at the same time you're doing that, the others are noticing that when you make it to the edge of those bodies, you can see 2 other marking stones, and the edge of those bodies appears to mark where the dead magic zone ends. So there appears to be perhaps a 90-foot north and south by some 130-foot east and west, rectangular set of dead magic there that covers the entire frontal area of this castle. This pile of bones and other remnants is directly in front of where the western tower has began to collapse, and where a short entrance set of stairs would have led up to some kind of a main door. That's where we're standing, is by the pile of bones, and you can see where the western tower is collapsing. Say that again. Okay, I'm going to assume that it was not important. What are we doing, gentlemen?
Are we still traveling across the area? Or we passed it now?
You've passed through that. Did you guys not hear what I said?
So we're past through
I heard it. Yeah,
Okay.
we
Yes.
passed
So
through
we're
the
past
dead
that.
zone.
We're right at this large, massive pile of bones and dried entrails and of an awful smell. And we can see the castle in front of us. It is less than 100 foot wide, probably more than 100 foot to the north. No, nobody has the map, Nick. We only put the map out for tactical situations. Beyond that, it really just drags the time too much. So I unshared the map, and we're back to just verbal descriptions. Everyone must admit, when you have maps, you tend to want to maneuver your individual character all along, and it takes more
Yes.
time. So,
Yes.
okay,
I
so
approach the Mount of Bone.
alrighty. You can guesstimate. Yeah, you're not going crazy. I unshared the map. You've already been crazy. You're not going crazy. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. It's obvious to, as you begin to approach the bones. It's obvious to Aaron and to Sulian. Aaron, the dog does not wish to go into this keep.
Okay.
If you force him, he will, but he does not wish to. And the War Admiral does not wish to go into this keep, but if you force him, he will.
Okay.
It's not really a keep. There's no entrance. It is really a small castle with no foreground or no entrance palisade area that you can see. Maybe on one of the other sides there may be, but this is definitely a southern approach to this, with the western tower collapsing. Alec, looking at the bones, it would take you several hours to get any solid count. The guesstimate that Thanyar and Aaron gave you of 50 is probably on the low side. And you can see, what you know to be human remains, hobgoblin remains, bugbear remains, the remains of lots of different creatures mixed in here. Some of which are obviously older, some of which are younger, most of which have very little flesh left on their bones.
So just a side thought then, if the horse and the dog don't want to go in, we've got the cart out here with the other horse.
The other horses.
Should we leave horses? Sorry, yes. Should we leave them out here? We'll have to cross back over the dead zone, leave them on the other side. I don't feel like it's safe leaving them on this side.
Well, you don't have to
I
cross
back off.
back. You can tell the warhorse to go and the dog to go, and they will go.
Okay, but the cart though?
If you tell them to go to the cart, if you tell the warhorse, your warhorse has a 10 intelligence and a 10 wisdom. If you look at him and say, go guard everybody else over there, he will understand. He just can't talk back to you. And Ash is a trained guard war dog. He will listen to the commands that Aaron gives him.
It looks
Okay,
up here to me.
Sorry, dude.
It looks to me that this is the kill zone of the castle defense. I back off.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, we'll tell the War Admiral.
Backing up, any further south, the edge of these bones appears to be also to mark like a demarcation section for the dead magic zone. Backing up any further south puts you back into a dead magic zone. But we're sending the horse and the dog away. Is that correct?
Yeah.
With and the other horses, right?
Correct.
And the
With the other
carriage
horses, yes. To watch the other
to the outside of
horses.
the right
Yes.
to the
Okay.
outside of the dead zone.
Yes, to the
Yes.
other side, a bit further south.
Got that.
Okay. And very quickly, there we go. I'm just releasing the owner so that I can take them off of where they are. Okay. And what is the party's plan?
What time of day is it?
We have someone scout around for
You can
for
try.
a safer entrance.
By this point, it's nearing 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
I suggest we look for some kind of postern.
Say that again. Some kind of.
Other entrance is what he means, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. So let's scout the perimeter, see if how many points of ingress.
All right, so you're going west or east?
West.
All right, heading west around what is obviously a large collapsed section of the western tower. Almost the entire upper 2 floors of the interior eastern wall of that tower collapsed. But the moment you turn the corner, you can see built into the second floor and the first floor there murder holes. They appear to have been blocked up by lots of leaves, as if, other rubbish that has blown through over the years. Nothing has been using them and nothing has cleared them away. But then again, 15 to 20 feet more towards the northwest is another large pile of bones that you can see. But then, just beyond that, you can see a large set of stairs that appears to be more like a formal entrance to this place. That are on the western wall of the keep. Just a moment, you all appear somewhat taken aback. If you'll give me a moment, I'll give you a visual again. So you can see now.
Okay. And the castle is to our northeast.
Yes.
I guess.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Oh, there you go. There's a pile of bones. 2 piles of bones.
Yes.
Also, this set of stairs doesn't exist.
You can't see it now.
Oh, my character can see it as I've set lines to it.
Oh, well, there's yeah, if you can see that set of stairs is there, yes. But we hadn't actually, when you were looking at the pile of bones, you couldn't see it because it was blocked from that portion of the castle. When you move over here to the western side, you have a line of sight on it.
Understandable.
Line of sight to it.
Perfect. So there's a set of stairs there.
Okay. So yeah, we'll just do as we said. Go around.
Maneuvering to the best of your ability all around the rest of it, right? Just
Yes.
wanted to give you an idea of what this was. So I will stop sharing again.
Okay.
So heading perhaps, are you going through the pile of bones or skirting the pile of bones? I just want to make sure.
Skirting.
All right. Skirting the pile of bones. Some, let us say, I will give you a visual on that. I probably should have done that to begin with. Here we go. You've skirted the bones. And you are now all here again. You can see that a large amount of this tower and a number of trees and boulders have fallen on that side, preventing any kind of quick route around that back area of the keep itself, of this castle itself. But you can, of course, see the stairs to your immediate right. They lead more towards a center area, and they're at least 10 foot high. And if you climb up to the top of them, you could see that they're easily maneuverable about. And there's definitely some kind of an entrance there, but it's a good 10 foot above the stairs there. Do you want to go back to the south and look on the eastern side?
There's also a whole bunch of corpses on the eastern side, just behind us.
Correct. That's the second large pile of bones that we described that we just saw a moment ago. Yes.
No, I'm talking about the corpses on the fields.
Yes, there are corpses on the fields.
Fertilizer.
How old are the corpses?
They're-
Our casual glance.
The corpses, they look freshly dead, or they've been dead for a while.
Yeah.
They're obviously skeletal if you can see them, and not all of you can see them. They're obviously skeletal, half buried in the ground, as if some kind of a battle occurred here years and years ago, and this is what remains.
Got it.
If there's a necromancer around, we don't want to go in the middle with the bones around us, because they're all going to be raised and surround us. So I'd say we want to go around the outside to get more information rather than running straight into the middle of a skeletal remains.
Yeah,
just waiting
complete
to be raised.
complete the circle.
You can't go any further to the north here.
We'll go to the
We'll
south.
just go back the other way.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go back
go
down
back
to the
the other
south and go to the east side.
So I have no problems with you attempting to do that. I will just move
just
everyone
before-
in large
just before we
bundles.
go,
Yes.
Stephen, what I want to do is I want to just tell you 1 second. I need to bring it up.
Can I do detect evil whilst he's doing that? And I'm going to do it in the direction of that field.
Okay. So I don't know what he's doing. First, let me hear what he's doing.
So I want to cast Sunrise on a delay with an trigger word. I want to cast a touch spell onto Kalen. That will activate. So I say a prayer with a trigger word, and then it activates when I say the trigger word at any time. Is that okay?
Sure.
I haven't got any issues whatsoever with that. Do you have an Aster Seed and a piece of Sunstone?
It doesn't say I need that, does it?
Yes, it does.
Oh gosh, sorry. Well, I thought I didn't need anything for that. Okay, forget it.
So if you look at the spell, it says VSM, and then you scroll down to the very last line. It tells you the components. It is a unique spell for your faith, so it's very unique to your faith. It's not the daylight spell that other people were thinking it was earlier. It's a very good spell, but it has specific components for it that you currently do not have.
Yeah, probably should pick that up. All right, no worries. There goes my plan.
All right, so that there's a when you're beginning to face the northwest there, you sort of begin to tremble and grow weak in your knees. Beads of sweat form on your forehead, and your hands tremble as you instinctively reach for your longsword. That entire field, as well as everything else in this area, is contaminated with evil that probably emanates from either the field or whatever is in the keep.
I'll shift my direction to the keep and do detect evil in that direction.
Again, facing towards the keep itself, the sense of evil that comes back to you forces you to one knee, not just weakens your knees, and your nose begins to freely bleed for a few moments before you catch it dripping down your chin. There is a tremendous amount of evil in that building.
Okay. If we can find any other ingress points, I can do the same again. We can make an assessment on the best way through here. But this,
Can we
you have
continue
to
to
place.
circle around?
Not to the
Yes.
north, not at least here. You'll have to, because a large section of trees and collapsed portions of a tower, as well as parts of the hill itself.
All right.
Maybe you could go into the bodies and search and see if there's another way around there. The large field to the northwest of you that is covered with, dozens and dozens of bodies that obviously died fighting. You can see remnants of rusty swords and shields and broken spears, all of those things in that field. But directly to the north is just blocked by overgrowth of trees and fallen logs, etc. So I think the plan was to go back to the south and head to the east, but am I wrong?
That's correct.
No, that's the plan.
Yeah, that's correct.
So then I'll bring everyone to here. If you just click on, if you don't know where you magically moved onto the map, you can just click on your character if you want. I'm just moving you to the far east so that you can get a general, point of view from the eastern side of the tower there.
Cillian just something came to Cillian's mind. He just remembers from a couple of nights ago when we were camping, there was a visitor that came, but no one was sure about it, and he recalls now that he had a very strong suspicion of vampires being around. So he's just remembered this and just lets everyone knows, okay, we're in a place of undead. Just also be wary that apart from necromancer, maybe there are vampires as well.
Vampire?
Oh shit.
Right.
All right. But you guys have a general idea of what this side looks like as well. It appears as if a section of this eastern tower has collapsed as well. It does provide a slight vantage point into part of the tower there, but you are really not seeing much from your angle here. Should you choose to continue moving to the north, we can see what you may see from there. You want to continue north?
Yep.
Yep, let's keep going off.
Going an additional, 50 feet or so, you can see to the northeast here, another gigantic battlefield with dozens and dozens of corpses spread out here. But it does appear as if you may be able to circle around to the north of this, the back of the keep this way.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. So we do. Is beginning to block your way itself. Another tower on the northern wall itself has collapsed, and you can obviously see that this place is in dire need of repair and has been unattended for quite some time. But you eventually make your way around to where you saw the northwestern tower that was blocked by logs and tree growth and the collapsed tower itself. You see no other immediate points of ingress.
So there's no murder holes. There's no.
Well, there probably would have been on the towers, but the towers, except for the one that had the 2 stories still standing, that had murder holes, have mostly collapsed, and most likely the sections where their murder holes were either blocked by rubble or the murder holes themselves were part of the collapse.
So this bit here. Oh, sorry.
So I'll speak after you. Go ahead.
So this bit here is not a collapse, not a bit that is collapsed enough that we can enter through.
It's upper levels of the towers that have fallen down.
Okay.
You must remember that the base of this is 10 foot raised, as both sets of stairs you saw led 10 foot up.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, you can try to climb up on the rubble. And you yourself think that as long as it doesn't slip and move, it would be an easy climb.
For me, yes. For the rest of the party, not so much, maybe.
Probably not.
Are there any external buildings,
No,
like sheds or outhouses or anything?
there doesn't appear to be, at least not that you can see. But there's a lot of growth around this place and a lot of unexplored area around here. So there could have been, you know.
So it's the front door and no door.
No, there's 2 sets of stairs on the western side. There is
Oh, yeah.
1 set of stairs on the southern side. The 2 sets of stairs on the western side both appear to lead into the same main entrance of the keep. The set of stairs on the south is probably some kind of a back entrance.
Should we check the southern ones again? The not main doors.
We
Okay.
can choose.
Sure, why not? Yeah, we can take a closer look at those, since those were slightly behind the pile of corpses.
Sure, no problems. So as you all begin to maneuver your way towards the southern part of this keep again, you make your way past the large pile of bones up to the set of stairs. These stairs appear to go up towards the east itself to a southern door, a door built into the south wall itself. This door here is stained with blood stains and pit marks, but also old burn marks at the bottom, and you can see the bottom section of the door itself had been burnt off. There's a faint odor of smoke still lingering in the air here. These stairs very worn with age. You can't see any immediate handle on the door itself, but looking quickly around, you see that just on the right-hand side, at about eye level, where the stone wall is, there's a little lever that if you pull it, you're guessing it either opens the door or it rings a bell on the inside to tell someone to open the door.
Try to record the procedures of the temple.
So this is a back door of a fortified fortress. It's very likely that this lever rings a bell, not that it opens the door.
Mhm.
So if you're coming to the back entrance, people would probably want to know who is coming in the back entrance. So the door probably is barred or locked from the other side. You don't see a handle on this side that you can see whatsoever. It's unlikely that the lever itself will open the door.
And possibly trap as well.
Most likely, at one point, it had some kind of magical protections on it. Whether or not it still does is entirely unknown to you. Because this was an outpost, a fairly large one, built and maintained by the clergy of Helm, but it had a contingent of Tormite, worshippers here. And between the 2 of them, you can see, while not a huge area, easily this is large enough for 50 to 150 people, depending on exactly how many floors it originally was, and whether or not there are any basement levels. And if they were Tormites and, Helmites, then they were all, capable of battle. And you've seen at least, 50 bodies of humans in 2 separate fields, plus large piles of bones here, showing that in this area, at least several hundred different humans and humanoids have died over the years.
So can the rogue try to open the door, disarm the trap and disarm the door?
Can I say something about your character, if you don't mind, Daniel, to everyone?
Go for it. Go for it.
Because of the kind of thief he is, he does have a chance to temporarily disarm magical traps, but that's because he's a spell filcher. This is not something that all thieves can do. He can attempt to do so. He would obviously have to locate exactly where said trap was first, which is hazardous because failure to locate it, depending on what kind of trap he's locating, might cause the trap to go off on him. He's, not awful at finding and removing traps, but it isn't his forte.
Okay, but he's our best shot, right?
Before we
Actually,
go on,
your best shot might be the Priest of Helm or the Paladin of Torm if they could figure out what they might want to do. But if you're looking for just a magical trap, then yes, Thanyar is your best shot. And he's a good
I
shot.
have find traps as well,
Say that again?
Steve. I have find traps as one of my spells for this day.
Well, you can see if there is a trap, yes. And if that is the case, then it would help him to understand there is one, right? And find traps will let you know, the general nature of the type of trap. Not exactly how it is disarmed or exactly how it would be set off, but it would that let you know, and it could give him a greater chance of success if you were to be able to share that information with him, assuming that there was an actual trap there. Now, it lasts for 30 minutes, so it's not like a spell that goes immediately away, but it only affects an area, so it doesn't affect a person. It doesn't move with you. When you cast it, it affects an area, and you become aware of any traps within that range that you can see. And as long as the spell is in effect, like if you move past a door and there might have been a trap on the floor or something there, as soon as the door is open and you can see in there, you're like, oh, there's also a trap on the floor, etc. But it won't go through the walls. It has to be something you can see for you to be able to get the information back. Assume that it's magical information that comes to you when you have sight upon it.
Right.
Just
Do we want to try that?
Just before you cast that, I think there was Stephen gave us like a hint that either myself or Alec can figure out what to do here. So maybe there's some action we can take because of our god, or not shared god, but they're allies. Maybe that's a prayer or something like that we can offer to our god that might open this door for us.
but just before we go on further, Sulian does go to Kaelin and said, "Do you mind to direct some spell detect evil on one of the pile of bones, just to make sure
Sure.
there's no magic surrounding it, just ready to like resurrect it?"
Sure. I can do it on both piles of bones before we head in. So I will do detect evil on both piles.
So just like when it was directed towards the fields, you feel a sense of evil coming off of this. It's the kind that really, it fills you with a large amount of anxiety and nervousness. But it is not the same kind of evil that you felt when you directed your detection ability towards the keep itself.
And I'll do that last. I'll now do one through the door.
Again, you swoon a bit to the point where you begin to freely bleed again from your nose, and like a piercing stab of pain in your right temple begins to pulse with every beat of your heart.
Is that worse than before
Yes.
then, or is it the same? Worse.
Yes.
Okay, let's not forget there's a front door to this place that we can enter through.
Yeah, maybe.
But most certainly it's gonna have less trap since it's a front door.
Well, yeah, whatever is here feels. I don't know if it's close or not, but it's way more intense from here. So maybe the front door is.
Stephen, is there some sort of like divination check I can make towards Lathlander or something to try and detect what sort of thing is causing this heaviness
No, there's nothing that you yourself are aware of. There may be other individuals who know, but there's nothing that you yourself, you've never been prepared for something like this. So
does anyone
you're
have a?
sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, does anyone have a? I wouldn't say divination check, but something similar that they could do in their skills to try and understand this heaviness that is surrounding us.
You're looking at something like omen reading or something along those lines, and there's no one present who has omen reading. No one was really raised in such a fashion.
Can I just do a quick observation check on the keep in front of me just to see if I can see any symbols or patterns or any
Well,
markings
you
that
can't
might
do a
look
quick
as
one
though.
to search for such things because it's nearly 100 foot wide.
Yeah, just to see if there's any patterns or symbols or something that might spark my interest that might give us some hints.
You are welcome to make an observation check in the tower. Okay. Give me just a moment, please. Hold on. Here you are.
So I look quite closely at the tower. Then just to come to any realization of why this thing is happening to us.
So, what is the plan, muchachos?
Sorry, I had to quickly pop to the bathroom. Are we going through the front door?
I think
was
Howard
saying-
said
I was
you were going through the front door.
I really
Sorry.
don't want to move forward and put these pile of bones behind us, and especially with this heaviness that is enveloping us, that is causing us problems as we move forward. We really should try and figure out.
How about in
Fire.
terms of necrology? Does this looks like there will be a capable of creating some kind of negative energy link by the castle?
So, necrology is obviously someone who is very well versed in understanding the lore of undead creatures. This place had undead warriors of Helm who met you essentially at the entrance ramp to the keep. They were undead, so they were not afraid of dying, but they were still, in a sense, going through whatever their lifely duties have been, however twisted it may be. You can expect to encounter similar things in this entire area related to both Helm and Torm, which could be the reason everyone feels so terrible, because you're used to Helm and Torm providing a protective and comforting feeling, not one of, you can't come here because I won't let you. And if you're going to, I'm going to make sure you stay here.
So Cillian turns to Alec and just says, those undead creatures, you could see they had the symbol of Helm on them. Can you look deeper into them? Is there anything you can recognize from them? Were they doing anything here anything specific? Perhaps you can get some guidance from your god to give you a hint into what has happened or what has turned them or something like that. Or not.
Can I?
Not
I mean,
turn.
Well, there was what was there was a rumor about a keep that was run by Helm and another faction.
Yes,
I can't remember.
that's where we are.
Storm.
That's
Yeah,
here. This
and
is
Yeah,
where we
this
are.
is
all the bodies here is the result of that fight.
But they've been turned, right? So
yes.
They have
I have a
fallen. Yes.
Blish?
Steve, another question. When I use turn undead, how many can I use that freely, or is it
Yeah, there's no
something I
maximum
don't
amount
do?
of times per day you can turn undead. You just have to, like, if you see a group and you succeed, you can keep trying and trying and trying and trying because each time you succeed, it's 2d4 worth of the creatures that are turned. You never
Can I
really
do that?
know exactly what type of undead creature you're dealing with unless you yourself can immediately identify what type of undead creature it is. So there's a
Try.
table, and you can, yeah, it's just best to just try. And some undead can't be turned, and you as a paladin can be turned by certain evil priest.
Can I do turn undead on the pile of bones?
Only if they were actively undead.
Got it.
Well, I mean, you could still do it on a pile of bones, but it would be kind of like if you
Or
go,
at least
"Bones be gone." Is
yeah.
Chuck there? Blish, are you there?
He is.
Yeah, I sent you an piece of information.
I would like to see if I can consecrate the pile of bones with my ceremonial knowledge.
You first of all, you would be more than able to do that, but the consecration requires, to the best of your ability, the assemblage of each body and the individual burial of each body. So that would take hundreds of days for you to finish. It is a task that you are more than welcome to complete, but it's a task that reasonably right now you don't think is of
Yeah.
the utmost importance at this very moment.
Would be best after we have cleared the place.
You guys give me a moment to just talk to Chuck in a different channel about something. Okay, so hold on a second.
Okay.
Um,
So can you hear me? Yeah, great. You can hear me. Okay. So you have an
Yep.
ancient history of the entire kingdom of Cormyr.
Ah,
And that means that
Ah.
you will know of, you always have a chance to know of something that is important that happened within the boundaries of the kingdom or just outside the borders of the kingdom. So that's what your ancient history. We should put it on your character sheet that it says Cormyr because that's what it is. It's the ancient history of Cormyr itself, right?
okay.
But now we'll go back to the other channel as far as that goes. I'll move you
Okay.
back. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back.
what is causing this? Because if
Oh,
we go
got
in
it.
there, I
Oh.
reckon couple of you guys are gonna be incapacitated, and we're gonna get surrounded by undead.
Yes, we
So
can do that.
it's-
I mean, yeah, I'm thinking more
Steven's-
how the procedures.
Yeah, Stephen generally he'll give you hints when he knows you're getting into a bad situation. So you
Yeah,
could go through the door,
agreed.
but I reckon we're going to be in a bad situation. I think there's something you guys need to do. I don't know your skills. There, you can
Yeah,
make a check or something
necrology
like
is
that.
exactly what I had. I have necrology.
Blish,
I have
did you want to use
ceremony.
that?
Yeah.
So you have to make that check in the tower. And necrology and ceremony were things you didn't even need to make checks on. They just told you, I mean, this is a sort of a prime state. But Blish does know something, and this is what he knows.
Ah. An avatar of Bane came here a long time ago during the time of troubles. Came to try to steal something from the castle, and all of this nastiness is just leftovers from his presence.
Okay.
Didn't we think isn't Bane dead, right?
Yeah, he's dead.
He's dead, but it's
Allegedly.
left over. But there's obviously
Well, to the best of everyone's knowledge, Bane is dead, but he was killed by Torm a few years ago in the Time of
Magic.
Troubles. And what Blish is saying is that Bane came here, the avatar of Bane came to this place before he was slain by Torm. Torm was also slain in that fight, but Torm was brought back to life by Tyr and Ao.
Is there any kind of
Is there any kind of what?
like ceremony, or I mean, I don't have ceremony, but like prayer that I can offer?
So there's you can offer lots and lots of prayers. If there is evil infesting this place, it
Yes.
has to be taken care of. And there is absolutely no way that neither Alec nor Kalen can, within their own rights, not do so unless they are faced with actual evidence that says it is beyond their capabilities.
Steven, what is this holy mace I possess?
It's like a magical effect. So you can summon into it from your priesthood. It's the Mace of Odo, right? It's the same thing as
The mace of Odin.
as the Mace of Odo, the spell, but you can just use that, and it when you put when the ability is put on the character sheet, it shows up as that magical weapon. So it creates a much more magical mace that's like a +2 mace that actually strikes just like a +2 magical weapon does. If it's wielded by someone of the same religion as you, it deals an additional point of damage. So in your case, it would do 1d6 + 1 + 7 to all undead creatures that you were fighting as you were holding it. You can cast it and give it to someone else, but it'll be most effective in your own hands. So it's a +2 mace that would do 1d6 + 8 + whatever strength bonuses you would have to damage to undead that last for a very long time. I'm not 100% certain. You'll have to double check the inventory, but I don't believe Alec has a pinch of powdered gemstone because he was complaining about it. It's a very expensive spell, but the mace doesn't disappear until it's dispelled. You understand? So
Yes,
once you
he
cast
has
it,
a- He
Go ahead.
has a powder dust diamond.
So he's got gemstone and a non-bladed weapon, which will assume has that, right? And the bladed weapon and the holy symbol are not consumed, so he can just take his horseman's mace, which is not consumed, right? And then he can create this holy horseman's mace from that and the pinch of powdered gemstone.
All right, the diamond dust can work as the gemstone, right?
Yes, because it's just a pinch. So how much of it? How much does he have?
Yeah.
Right. So
10.
that's 10 pinches.
So it lasts as long as
It
how
lasts
long
until
does it
something
last per
dispels
pinch?
it. Like if you
Oh,
walk
okay,
if you
okay.
walk back into that dead magic zone, it'll be gone. Or if somebody casts an area of effect dispel magic, or if Blish does something with his wild magic that dispels things in an area, etc.
All right.
But it's a unique
How about-
priesthood ability for Helm.
All right, I will use the diamond dust to summon the holy mace of Odor.
Okay. So it's
In my hand?
this magical, almost is seemingly invisible mace appears in your hands, and it's already listed under your weapons as holy mace. Do you see it there? And it has all the correct modifiers, except if something is undead, you'll also add your level to damage. So it's got the correct speed factor, the correct attack bonuses, and everything already listed for the character.
All right. Shall I knock the door of the side door with this mace?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out there's something we can do. I mean, maybe that is it. But is there something else which is like something to do with our religion itself, like some offering or prayer? Do I know anything from my history which says, about infestation of evil in
So
like?
this is not. This is really not in your skill set or your wheelhouse.
Yeah.
There, so it's not something you've ever been informed upon. Blish gave you the most information about why this place is like this that was available to him, and the bard is nowhere to be found. He didn't return from relieving himself.
I
What?
think we're gonna have to
Sorry?
clear this place with our weapons.
The bard,
Oh,
Leoric, yeah,
fine.
he was actually at an airport playing because he's flying somewhere. So he was like he
Oh
left
wow!
earlier.
Well, legend. Love that commitment. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't have any ideas. If anybody else has any ideas, I mean, I don't have anything.
I think we're just overthinking it a little bit too hard. That's my
Okay.
personal
Yeah.
opinion on that. I think we just go in and
The,
this
our
out.
magic still works in this place, so yeah, we just go in
Yeah.
and clear it with
Okay.
our
Just going
weapons.
through the front door, we should be okay.
No,
Ladies
the-
first.
Make a gesture of entrance or something, and I will take the lead. I think.
I'm happy to go in the front.
I'm happy to
don't
go in
issue
front
for
as well. Yeah.
fighting.
Well, I don't think Harlgrif's going to be afraid of anything, but
Yeah.
he worships the god of let's fight. But I think Kalen and Alec probably would have to take the lead on this, or quite
Yeah.
see. You know, I mean, so you're moving to the western. I'm still confused. Are you going southern door?
The
Southern
front
door, I see.
Yeah,
Sorry?
the western
Which is the one
stairs.
that does not mean we have skeleton piles of bones behind us, or both of them do.
Well, they both
Both
do.
of them,
Yes. So,
right?
and they both have, are in the middle of two large fields of bones and bodies as well.
There's the front door and there's the side door. So the front door is the one where the signs of evil were not as bad as they are here. This is the strongest signs of evil from this side. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a bad thing. So
Yeah, let's send it to the front since we have more
We're
options
here
on
to
the
read
front.
it
front
off.
door.
We're here to read this place off of it. Then anyway,
So we're going.
Agreed.
I
Up the
raise
western
my
stairs,
mace.
yes.
Let's proceed.
Okay, my question still stands. Are you going through the southern door to the western stairs and heading up into that area?
Front door.
West.
The front. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's the western stairs. That's the front door. Okay, no problem. So
Yes.
heading towards those stairs itself, there's two sets of stairs, as I said. One that goes, directly north, one that goes directly south, and they both lead up into what is a very makeshift and small kind of courtyard. There's a large wooden door collapsed and just knocked off of its hinges, laying in broken pieces that leads into a very small courtyard. The door that would have led into here, like I said, just knocked off of its hinges, and it appears as if an old dart, like the kind of dart that someone would throw, has been stuck into this door and rusted mostly away, the feather fletching on it nowhere to be seen. This courtyard that you can see here, let's say it's roughly an uppercase T shape, about 15 foot for each arm of the T, and then about 30 foot for the actual body of the T going towards the east. There's a door heading towards the east, a lot of rubble, and a couple of doors to the south, and there appear to be two doors to the north, one that is on the interior wall and one on the northern wall. I'll repeat that again. Two doors to the north, one on the interior western wall there to the north, one straight north, a door to the east, two doors to the south that are beyond some kind of rubble and a bit of collapse to one of the interior walls there. Those two doors, just like the doors at the north, one is directly south and one is on the interior western wall. And if you would like, I'll give you guys a visual of that. Let me check your order to see how it looks when I bring you in there. Yeah, that'll work fine. Let's turn you to the right. Well, that didn't quite work as much as I wanted it to. Pretty much beyond this point, though, you're probably going to want to have at least some level of light. I'll reshare this map with you. There you go. So the two of you that are in the front, I need to actually rearrange them. What does the dwarf say that again?
I'll pass one of my points of continual light to Kalen.
He bites it.
Sorry. Who's leading? I forgot. That's Alec, is that, I guess?
Both are.
Alec and Kalen, both.
Okay. So who wants the coin? I'll put it in the party sheet.
Give it to Alec. I've got my Ion Stone, so I think
All right.
that's good.
Your Ion Stone doesn't produce any light.
Does it not? What does it do?
It spins around your head, giving you a +1 bonus to your Constitution.
Oh yeah, sorry. I thought it was one of. I have got no Ion Stone.
But it did stop spinning when you and fell into the back of your armor when you walked into that dead magic zone.
Okay, it's in the party sheet. Whoever wants it. I'll keep one.
Okay. Do you want my light spell?
So I need to know, before we are going to start investigating this area, are we all stopping at midnight? Because if anybody's tired or anybody needs to stop, this is the place to stop before we start getting further into the exploration here.
I can go later.
Okay, at least a little bit longer. I just wanted to make sure to... What'd you say, Nick?
Okay.
Oh, I can do another 30 minutes.
Okay, we'll go. We'll go around that time and see what's coming up then, as far as that goes. Okay.
So let me do my touch spell light onto Kalen's shield, so it's illuminated.
Okay.
Oh no, I have the coin. I picked up the coin. If you want to give that to Alec.
He doesn't like your magic, he says.
Oh gosh, I'm trying my best. Just keep getting dismissed.
I know.
If you have your shield, you go in front. You have a 20-foot radius for 6 hours. It's going to be better than the coin.
No, it's the same. It's a continual light coin, so.
Yeah, the continual light is actually better.
But you can still put light on his shield if you want. I just want to know you're putting light on. So Alec is not getting light.
Okay, Alec.
Okay.
You can have my light spell.
All right.
Are you carrying a shield?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll put my lights.
Wonderful. Where are we moving, gentlemen?
Okay, so lots of doorways. There's that the side on our right looks more broken down. Is that fair to say than on the left?
Sure.
And is there
from
at
like
least
brief
parts?
look at it.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah, just from brief look at it, like just right next to you, this is more crumbly, and we know there's a crumbled wall on the northern side, and we know southern side we potentially going to run into that door that we found on the south side if we head south.
Yeah. Should we just check these doors here to our left to start off with? Like on the side of Alec? There's so many doors.
Like this?
Can you detect evil on any doors just to get an idea of where?
I don't think casting detect evil here is a good idea at all. We're just gonna freaking kill him.
No, but you can get a feeling of where the most evil might come from, which door.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll do that. I'll go up to the first door.
So the door that's closest to you? Oh.
That door.
Okay, you've gone up to this door.
I'll do detect evil through it.
All right. So this takes a few moments. Obviously, this door is fairly well banged into place, has the wall and the whole frame sort of sunk in around it. If you try to open this door, it's really going to take some effort to bash it open. It's not just, the handle is not going to help at all. Again, you're getting a sense of where you begin to sort of swoon and almost black out from the sense of evil that you're getting from beyond this door. It's the building itself that is infested with this evil.
Got it. Is this the door frame to the right the same sort of condition?
Yes, very much so. This whole place is in very poor condition, as we saw.
So these doors don't look like they've been opened in a long time. Is that right?
Any door still intact is going to be in bad shape.
Yeah.
But you've got a two-handed battle axe. So, well, I mean, the dwarf does. So, worst case scenario, just cut a hole in it.
Yeah, I just pretend it's a hobgoblin.
These two doors down to the south.
Yes.
Same condition.
Well, they are in very similar condition, yes. But when you move towards the south itself, you can see over some of the rubble what was probably a dining room. A couple of long tables are still relatively intact, but you can't make out all of the room itself. As Bliss just pushes his way through people, he's like, "Hey, I want to get up there," and he pushes everybody out of the way. And then he casts Fireball on Alec.
So these doors look like they'd be hard to open, right? We'd have to
force them open. Yeah, I mean, you're all pretty strong fellas. Surely you can break open a door. But yes, they wouldn't swing open as a well-oiled door would. If this place was in its pristine condition, you would expect Priest of Torm and worshippers of Torm and worshippers of Helm to keep the doors in perfect working order. And there might even be some that say for emergency exit only, and there might be a guard beside it not letting anyone use it if there wasn't an emergency.
Okay. Going back to is a door here in front of me there? Yeah. In similar condition? Or
yes.
Same? Better? Okay. Okay, so all these doors are not looking like they've been actively used recently. It looks like there's a slight path inside through the south there, so maybe we just...
Bliss pushes his way past everyone again.
We'll try not to open doors if we don't have to. If they're not being used frequently, I can't imagine them... Unless we want to clear this
I don't think it's frequently at all.
Unless we want to clear the entire area, which is okay. I'm not against that. But it would take...
Well, I thought you guys want to clear the whole area, because didn't you guys want to reclaim the castle?
Yeah,
we do.
It's kind of like your duty.
It is, but I'm thinking I want to get to the evil as quickly as possible.
Yeah. If we can find the source of evil, we'll beeline to it, mate.
This is what I'm talking about. So I don't think it's out here. Is my point.
But we just gotta pick a door, buddy, and clear this entire castle to go and find it until we find it.
Up until we get the evidence that this way goes to more evil.
Oh, can I maybe try to have a listen, see if I hear any crackling of bones inside this castle or anything?
Yes, was everyone following Kaylin?
Yep.
All right, so I'll drag everybody over to here so you can all see. I didn't mean to drag the Priest of Lathander last. I'm just bringing people in. So you can see this obviously was definitely, a dining room. There's a couple of doors leading out of this. Some of you can probably see over this pile of rubble of, when you look, Alec looks up a bit higher over that collapsed section of the wall, and he can see the outside where there was a big pile of bones there. Sulian, looking around the room, can see, two doors. One door very near him that you had seen when you were in the other hallway, and another door further to the east. Kalen pushes his way to the door towards the east.
Well, this door might be worth opening back here, since it looks like it might just be like a small storage room. But there's some stuff in it.
Is the axe the best weapon to get through the door, or can it be pushed?
Well, you can try to break them open because you're a strong enough fellow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, once everybody's ready,
But
I can help break
if
it
you
down.
have to, hack through the door, yes, the dwarf's axe is the best thing to use because there's nothing else that you have that is a hacking axe, like made for cutting wood.
I'll just try to break it down then, or is somebody else stronger to do it?
There's nobody else. Everybody can try, but there's no one in the party that's stronger than you. So it's a stuck door. So do you look at the main tab for your ability scores? Look by strength and look over where it says doors and just drop that in the tower. As the dwarf pushes his way through, people like, get out of my way.
Yeah. He needs help.
Kalen, it makes a lot of noise and a bit of dust comes down from the ceiling, but he, easily kicks the door open. Not much of an effort at all. Into a room, that looks like perhaps it was maybe the inner bailey of this keep originally. Stone from the walls and ceiling here has made it really treacherous to move. Nothing is really on flat ground there. And, broken furniture and remnants of a fire are very obvious here. Anyone moving into that area is going to have to be quite careful maneuvering at least into the immediate Bailey area itself there, as it's just unstable stone, furniture broken. You're going to have to watch your footing.
Oh, can I have a listen to see if I hear anything reacting to a door collapsing?
Make a detect noise roll in the tower, please. Just a moment.
Or there might be something on the other side. As then I said that.
Something on the other side.
All right. He's on
the door.
More skeletons, perhaps?
See anything?
Who? Stepping into this room, you can hear these bones rattle as two of these other guards that look like the three you faced outside step forth. No one in your party was surprised, so do not believe that you were. But these two appear to be stepping over all of this with a familiar sort of path that they are following. Everyone does need to tell me what their intended action is, starting with Aaron. Aaron, what's your intended action?
I'm going to shout as soon as I see them.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Seminar 2 and pull out my blunt weapon, my
club.
Club.
Okay, not a problem. So you're just getting those weapons ready. Roll initiative for your scimitar. Alec?
Step in with my holy mace.
So it's going to be you'd have to knock Kalen out of the way if he doesn't move. Just be aware. And you may not be a big enough boy to do that. That may be one of those things. Oh, yeah, let me remake the round for you. You can roll initiative now. Sorry.
Okay.
But that just, you get ready for the initiative for that mace there. Blish, what are you doing as you have magic?
Yes, I have magic, but I can't see anything. So
It doesn't matter.
he's just going to
This place has already been burnt before, right?
he's just going to try to maneuver to get some visibility on the bad guys.
All right, Harldriff.
Algris will attempt to turn undead into dust using my two-handed battle axe.
Okay. I think you turn undead as a first level cleric now. Yeah, you do, because you turn as if you're 4 levels
Do I?
lower. Yeah, so you turn undead as a first level cleric. 4 levels lower than
But
your
I'm a
priest
first level character, right?
No, this what?
Let me see. Oh shit! Oh yeah. I see. Well, never mind. I'll do. I did not see that. 5th level. Sorry.
Kalen.
I'm going to gesture to them to follow me, and I'm going to step backwards with my morning star ready to go.
By the way, can I put an if on that, or is it a little bit too late?
You've already rolled, so
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. No
okay.
worries.
So you're going to back up. Got you. And Sulian.
I'm just
Oh, sorry, should have been my initiative. Sorry.
gonna get my morning star ready and follow behind Kalen.
Okay, Thanyar.
I'll just get my club ready and to stay put and assess the situation.
Understood.
So yeah, the strategy is to draw them into the room. We're not going out.
All right,
there
so
to
Blish,
fight them. It's level.
you actually will act first. Are you doing anything?
I will move back to here.
Okay. So that's actually like a double move action. You're moving all over that rubble, but you're nonetheless, just be aware of that. Thanyar.
I'll just hold on to my club and Jimmy. Actually, I'll just stay put here just
Okay,
to
no
give
problem.
Otto some space.
Sulian.
I'm just gonna delay my action to the end of the turn.
You have to declare you're going to delay at the start of the round. Like when you declare your actions, you have
Right,
to
so I'll
declare that.
move.
You can do. You don't have to do anything.
I'll move to there then.
Okay, not a problem. So
Yeah.
you're
I'll
stepping
just move
over
to
the
forward.
table. And he steps over the table and comes over to another
Standing on
table.
the table.
All right, so we went over the table and he's like, "Hey, what the hell?" Kalen.
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to move backwards, but there's no space to move backwards into, is there? Everyone's just crowded behind me. Is that right?
There's one square behind you.
Yeah, that's not really going to do it.
You can push people out of the way.
That's not good either, though. There's no space.
Is that where you want to move?
Like, that's it.
You can
I
jump over
just
people.
wanted.
Okay.
Yeah, this is it.
Well, the first of these creatures steps up to this point here, which is, and then swings his longsword, his two-handed sword at you, obviously at a disadvantage because it's such a long blade, and he has to maneuver it to get through the door itself.
Do I get my attacks? That's what I was ready for.
You're welcome to swing, yes. At the same time that he misses you, but your longsword is, going to be, nonetheless.
No, I switched.
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead, swing
No,
with them. I'm sorry, I forgot you had a different weapon there. Swing. You're not proficient in Morningstar. That's why you only have a +1.
Ah, I thought I was.
No, you are not proficient in Morningstar. You're because so.
I am.
No,
It's in my weapon proficiency. If you remember, I chose Morningstar by mistake in the beginning, and I had to wait
it just
to
wasn't
choose
it
the
wasn't
horseman's
applied.
face.
It wasn't. You have to click to apply. That's the thing. But nonetheless, it still would have missed because it would have only been a 9 or something like that anyway. But it's been applied next time you attack. It won't show just +1, right? End your turn.
Got it.
Oh, you don't have to end your turn. Never mind. I have to end my turn. As we go to Harldriff.
Okay, I will since I can't maneuver, I will move to.
The table? No.
Oh, sorry. Just around here. There we go.
Alrighty, there you go. There's a brazier there. It looks like no fire's been in there for a while. You notice when
Oh,
you get close to it.
about here. Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah. You don't want to move past the brazier. You're knocking one of the benches over there as you and Alec are standing on the bench, and Sulian is almost on the other table. Alec,
Yep.
Am I able to reach the skeleton?
if you move to the door right there, you can attack at this angle. You are right-handed, but you have a -2 to your attack roll.
Sure. Okay, I'll do that.
But if you were left-handed, you couldn't attack from that angle. No. Do you want to attack?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Do you need help?
I'm moving the.
Okay.
I'm moving the panel.
I understand. Blame Antonio. It's all his fault. You know what he said about you when you weren't here last Sunday? He said, "Howard, that rotten piece of trash."
Damn you, Antonio.
No, he didn't. He used a lot more four-letter words.
Antonio can't count to 4, man. Missing because of Antonio's horror. Why do you only have a +3? Oh, the proficiency wasn't applied. It still would have been a miss, but I'll probably the proficiency right now. I don't know why it wasn't.
Yeah.
But it is applied. But it shows not proficient, so let me fix that. I'll fix that one. Did just end your turn for me. Aaron, what are you trying to maneuver into?
The fray looks kind of thick, but we'll move closer.
Okay, so you're able to maneuver, however you would like to try to.
Jeez. There's no room.
And a lot of it is all, jumbled and tough, loose ground to maneuver into. So you just went almost outside. You're hanging there. You're like, I'm going to go on the outside and find a different way around.
No, it's fine. I want to be close. I want to be closer for a hit. Okay.
But I think you were trying to move to here. But
so I can still see.
Yeah, you can still see because you're inside there, but you were maneuvering outside there. That's fine. That's as close as you can get there, right?
Yeah, as close as I can get. Can I throw my club?
You most certainly may.
Because I saw that in here.
You can throw it now if you would like.
Yeah, let's try and get some hurt on this thing.
Thanyar and Kalen are both in front of you, and they are both exceptionally... Well, Kalen is exceptionally big, and Thanyar is directly in front of you, and... Alec is partially blocking your view. Let's give you a -10 to hit. No problem. Because there's just, Kalen is trying to fight what's going on here. So, there's a number of people that are, pretty much there. Everyone heard a door open, but you didn't quite see where the door opened. And it is next round. Thanyar, what you going to do? Oh, sorry. Alec, you get an extra attack. You get 2 attacks every round, with your mace. So get your attack.
All right.
I forgot. What are we playing in the background?
That's weird. What is that?
Who was it? So there should be 7 more points of damage there. So 13 points of damage total to this individual. That was the soldier 1. So next time if they're undead, add your level as a damage bonus when you actually hit their house.
Oh, okay. My level.
No problem. So that is the end of that round. Thanyar, what would you like to do this next round? Sorry.
I'd like to move.
Okay. Sulian, what would you like to do this next round?
Again, I'm going to delay my action to the end of the round. It's just not enough space to maneuver.
Okay, so your intention is to move or to attack or?
I would, if the space is given, I will move and attack.
Okay, so
I
then
need to
that
delay
is
it to
the
the end of the round.
weapon with an additional +1 that you add to
Mhm.
that. So at any point from your initiative to the end of the round, you can act. If you have it there,
Okay.
you don't have to wait. So at any point
I
from
just-
you can, as long as you delay it by that 1, right? Oh, Kalen, what's
I
your intended
just
action? Morningstar,
I
right?
just interrupt. I want to do it, right?
Yeah, well, as long as you're it can't be before your initiative score, but it can be any time at
Yep.
your initiative score or after that. So it can be any time at 13 or later.
Yep.
Okay, Kalen, what would you like to do?
I'm going to step back further.
Okay.
Or actually, I'll just attack. I'll attack, but I'll move and attack.
Okay, no problem whatsoever. So that'll be your initiative with your weapon, Harlgriff. You're attacking Alec from
Harlgriff.
behind. That's a +2.
I will attack with my two-handed battle axe if there is there's a room for me to.
Okay,
move
so that's
into.
an if. So that's add an additional +1 to your initiative. Blish.
Blish is going to cast Nahals for magic missile.
For magic missile. Okay, Nahal's trying to recall magic missile. Got you. No problems at all. So that's the casting time of the spell. Alec.
Back a little bit just to adjust for some more room for others to step.
Unless someone has a reach weapon, if you step back anymore, you won't be able to attack. So if they have a reach weapon that they can angle over you, maybe they can attack. But if you step back, you will be out of attack range.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, no problem. So you're moving. And Aaron.
I'm kind of stuck where I am. So I'll wait
Okay,
and
no
look
problems.
for an avenue in.
So Alec, you may move. You will not suffer an attack of opportunity because the wall is protecting you from that. It's just where you're going to move may be kind of tough. You're like, now you're on top of the table. You're like, ha! I'm on the table.
Yeah, we love the table.
Is that what you want to stand on the table or you want to jump down in one direction?
Uh,
None of my business?
yeah, I'm just staying here.
Okay. I thought you were just not going to tell me. You're like, I'm going to keep it a secret from Steven. Alrighty, hold on. Blish, you see the one that was in the room rush up, preparing to swipe at you with his sword from the side there. So he just had to make it to you can see where he's at, but he made it to that point right there. He's not going to be able to get an attack this round, but he made it to that point right there. Kalen? Kalen?
If I move backwards again, I'm out of range. Is that right?
Correct.
But Alec and I can both attack this guy from here.
Alec can't because he moved. He's now standing on top of the table.
Okay. I will move. Oh, so I will attack, then move.
You will not be put. You won't get an attack of opportunity because the weapon he's using is an awkward weapon for him to use in that door frame anyway. So you can attack and then move if that's what you're saying.
Yep.
Why is it? It should. That still would have been a miss. But I don't know why. It's because it's a +1 Morningstar and you have a +2 from your strength. That should be 1d20 +3. I'll have to figure out why that's not, because I know it's equipped, but I'll have to figure out why it's not working. Anyway, end your turn for me. If you're moving, move and then end your turn.
Move back 5 foot. Come on, little skeleton. Come to daddy.
You want to just move back to, this is 5 foot.
Yeah, there.
Okay, no problem. End your turn in the combat tracker for me. Harlgriff.
Okay, just to clarify, am I on top of the table or
You're on
those-
top of the stool. The bench. The bench is sort of bolted into the ground there.
Okay. So I'm gonna move like this. And
Over the
then
table.
this.
You're like, ha, and way to the back, to the other door. Is that right? You're like,
Let me
I'm
see.
leaving. Fuck this.
And I don't know. Let me see. That was at least
To here is where you can go.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yep.
End your turn for me. Blish, first things first, you need to roll once on this table. Right here. Roll on that table for me. So that's a 2, so whatever happens will be cast as if it's 2 levels lower than your actual level, right?
Man.
But it's Nahal's, which automatically brings into being a wild search. So let's roll on this table now. Roll on this table. $24. Caster speaks in a squeaky voice for 1d6 days. So the magic missile didn't come into effect. Instead, you're like,
Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, look over here. There's a skeleton. A skeleton that's coming after me.
that's what it sounds like.
Blish turned into Mickey Mouse.
So his magic missile didn't come out. He's just like, hey, take that. Because the full effect of the spell didn't happen. Instead, his voice became squeaky. Roll a d6, and we'll see. Every time you talk, you have to talk like that from now on, Chuck.
Oh man, I didn't even get my magic missile off. That sucks.
That's right. A little bit higher. A little more nasally.
That sucks.
For the next 5 days. There you go. End your turn for me.
That really fucking sucks.
Blish, there's a chance that you might die sounding like that. That's how you're going to go to heaven.
Okay, Aaron. Now, this area that directly behind you, there is a skeleton on. But remember, this is piles of rubbish and wall rubble. Every time if you want to stand on that and attack, every swing you make may make you off balance. Should you be... Now, you're very dexterous, don't get me wrong. You have on no armor, but you do have a weapon in either hand, so neither hand would be able to help you. So you would have to make a dexterity check for every attack you make, successful or not. Failure, meaning you're sort of tumbling back down. And coming up to this creature probably would get an attack of opportunity at you.
Well, I think we need to save Bliss. I think we're in a little bit of problems. Yes. So I want to move and attack.
Okay, so stepping up to here isn't a problem. The attack of opportunity does come directly at you first. Anytime you're hit, you will have to make a similar dexterity check or see if you fall down, just like making an attack, right? So, missing you wildly, the weight of his body does not seem to be as unevenly distributed as yours, or he's more familiar with the terrain. You're not exactly sure, but he seemed to handle the swing of that 20-pound weapon much easier than he should have. Take your your scimitar attack, please, at the creature directly in front of you.
Scimitar, do you want the initiative or the red?
The scimitar itself, the weapon. Blish is rolling a save for the skeleton. No, you don't have to roll initiative. You just have to attack it because you've already have that's fine.
The red.
Yeah.
The red one. Yes,
Yes.
I thought the red one.
There we go, the attack one. All right, let's see when we drag that if we hit. I know we will. I just want to. As you can see, you've hit that skeleton.
Okay.
You won't get your offhand because you also had to move up all of this. But after we roll damage, we have to see if you're still standing.
Okay. So I'll roll damage.
Yes, please.
You see it? No?
Just drag it
just
into the
rolled it.
chat box then, yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yep, with an 8. Now it's a 2.
So the
You got
creature was damaged, partially resisted because it was a slashing weapon. Now, because you have a weapon in either hand, no hand is free. So make a dexterity check at a -2. So
I think he was
click
carrying his
-2.
club, wasn't
What's that?
Wasn't he carrying his club because he was going to throw it? And
Yes,
it's
but
like
he has
not to take
he has
it out.
no free hand. So he can't use his hands. He didn't throw his club. He was going to, but he needs to make a dexterity check to see if he slips and falls. And it's a -1 for each hand that you don't have that is free.
Good to go?
So you'll need to roll a 15 or under.
Yeah, I just rolled a 20, but let me re-roll it.
Yeah, because
Let me
I have
re-roll
to
it.
see it anyway. Just you can just roll
Yeah,
a whatever as long as it's a 15 or under on the D20. It's fine. Just let me see it.
There we go.
So you easily managed to keep your footing without much of an issue at all. You'll get another attack later.
I'm still standing.
Okay, Alec and Kalen, you will both get attacks of opportunity. Alec, you will get an additional +1 as the creature steps forward to attack Kalen. He hit Kalen, as Kalen took 4 points of damage. Kalen hit him. And Howard, you can take an attack of opportunity at the same time. Kalen, go ahead and roll damage. Even with your additional +1, you would have missed. So that is the end of that round. Okay. So we're going to... Aaron...
Can I take my
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
action? So I'm going to move to here, then move down to try and push Blish out of the way. Just force my way through to there.
Okay.
So do I need to do a strength test?
So yeah, there will be a competition between you and Blish and another attack of opportunity from this skeleton.
Okay.
As you're coming in. So you and Blish both need to make strength checks, and whoever succeeds by the largest amount wins.
Wait, where did my character go?
So Blish, make a strength check as you're being pushed out of the way. Blish has succeeded by 11.
Of course.
my character sheet just went down.
Okay, is it open for you now?
Yeah, it just came up. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So just look at the main tab and just drag the strength out into the chat box there. You're pretty strong. You got a decent chance of beating him.
Yeah, no, it's the map. The map keeps going on top of it. Don't know why. Yeah.
Are you clicking your character portrait? If you are, that's why.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Okay. No,
and you have succeeded by 14.
So
So yes, you pushed Blish out of the way. You took his spot. And of course, immediately that skeletal creature gets to swing at you, and you were somewhat off balance, not being able to fully utilize your defense as he hit you for 11 points of damage. And it is now the next round, and we're going to ask Thanyar what he would like to do.
Oh,
Did I not get a club?
You didn't get the club because you had to maneuver up and past everyone to get to that. So just not enough time. But
right.
Thanyar, what would you like to do?
I tumble through that difficult terrain.
You can try. It's just more difficult to achieve.
I mean, it's literally my job to try.
Correct.
So yes.
So you're looking at 2. If you're moving, that's like at a -6 penalty.
Maybe not.
Yeah, that's pretty tough to accomplish.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what do you want to do? Let me know.
I'll just move to it. So if I just move
somewhere,
to
move to somewhere. So that'll be just your movement initiative. And Sulian, what would you like to do?
Attack.
Move and attack. Sorry.
Okay, so that'll be your initiatives for your weapons. Standing in this rubble area here, Sulian, every time you swing, hit or not, you'll have to make a dexterity check with your armor, etc., to make sure that you remain standing. Just so you know. So roll your initiative with the weapon you're using. Kalen, what are you doing?
Attack.
Okay. Harlgriff.
Actually, sorry, no, I won't
Move
attack.
it.
I'll attempt to turn undead with him.
Okay, not a problem. You can attempt to turn undead, and that's the same initiative as your default initiative on the main tab of your character sheet. Harlgriff.
Move and attack with my two-handed battle axe if there is a open space.
Okay, so that's your if Blish.
Uh,
You'll have to
Blish,
stand up as you were knocked down.
Blish will stand up and move back then.
Okay.
Fuck you guys.
Alec.
We'll say the prayer of vigilance of the Helm and continue to attack.
Okay. No problem. So, saying that prayer, make a ceremony check at your initiative for me. Aaron.
Attacking.
Good, no problem. Make sure you've got your initiative rolled, and then your club will just come at the end of the round, as long as you don't, get knocked or fall down or anything.
Or dexterity.
Yeah.
Right.
So just roll initiative for your scimitar when you can.
Yeah, doing that.
Okay.
Did you get it? No?
Nope.
Or is it a bit slow? Okay.
Yeah, Blish's initiative went through, and then your scimitar went through. Got you. So, Aaron, you will go first with your scimitar.
Okay. So let me target. Okay. And then let me go over my sheet.
So to turn undead, you just very quickly you had to put your Morningstar on its hanger and get your holy symbol ready, just so you're aware, Sulian. Swing away with your scimitar. That's a hit. Great. Do damage.
Okay. Hold on. I'm coming.
Much of it was resisted, but you are still fairly strong, and it is a magical weapon. So your club will come later. Sulian, you can target this thing. Make sure you have it targeted first.
Yep.
Do you have him targeted?
I do, and then go to my abilities.
You don't have him targeted.
I thought I did.
Hold control and left click. Now you have him targeted. Now go to the Actions tab of your character sheet.
Yeah.
And before you click the turn button, press -2 and then click the turn button. So the -2 and the modifiers in the left-hand corner, click -2.
I don't have turn undead in my abilities. I have it in my actions. I have it in my abilities.
You have it in your Actions tab. Look at your Actions tab and look at the top where it says Combat, and you see the word Surprise, Initiative, Delay, Turn. So you see Morningstar +1?
Okay, yeah, I got it.
Okay.
All right.
So
I
click
do
-2 first, yes.
Yep. And okay, gotcha.
So you have successfully turned this creature. I am going to apply the turn effect to it. We don't know how long that's going to last. We'll find out in just a moment. This creature begins to immediately move away. Should you choose, Aaron, you may take an attack of opportunity. Sulian, you don't have a weapon readied to take an attack of opportunity, so you cannot do so unless you kick or something like that. Would you like to take an attack of opportunity, Aaron?
If I do so, and I hit it, or I don't hit it, will I hit it and I do nothing? And can it come back at us, or is it being still turned?
Do you have Religion Fey Run?
No.
Then you don't know.
Okay.
Can I make that check?
You don't have the time to make that check because you were doing everything else. So you can use your club or your scimitar, whichever one you want.
Scimitar.
Go ahead.
All right. So should I not? Tell me.
No, just go for it.
All right.
he's going to come back anyway eventually. But Stephen,
Right.
can I, in my attack of opportunity, can I attempt to grab him and make a strength test to try and stop him from running away?
Yes, but that would immediately break the turning that you just made upon him and give him an attack of opportunity upon you. As the
Well,
scimitar
challenge-
missed and
challenge.
broke the turning that had just been put on him.
I got
Okay.
that. Yeah.
So the moment
fine.
that he started to run, he went, "No, stay!" And he was like, "Okay, I will."
Yeah.
So there's a level of intelligence, and when you force them into... Now, if it was like a mindless creature, it may not matter as much, but this is not a mindless creature. Thanyar.
Question, Stephen. Does that turn and then breaking take?
You
it-
can't
take
turn
the
hit this creature again for at least a day.
Yep, but I mean, does that take away its attack this round, or it still gets an attack this round?
It will still get to move and follow with its intended action because it can't flee until its turn. Do you understand? So, Thanyar, you're moving up to that point. You're going to have to maneuver past Aaron to do that. So that was a straight line. I'm going to put you back to where you were. You were right here, correct? And
Yep.
it's a straight line through Aaron. Are you going through him?
Or can I make a? I don't know how to do a stop zone up, but can I do a 90 walk around him?
So the first thing is just draw your movement to just before him.
Okay.
So redraw your movement to where the arrow stops just before him. Now
Yep.
drag the end of your movement to a different point.
Okay. So I'm gonna do it this way. Got it. Oop.
So you're going to go outside of the building, just so you know, to do that, because that's where you're trying to move into a section that is, pretty much collapsed outside. If there is an available attack of opportunity, it will be on you. That's not even a concern whatsoever. But you can move to that point, but it's actually double your movement to do that. So that's like 40 points of movement to make it to there.
Yep.
Luckily, he doesn't have any more attacks of opportunity. He's taken 2 this round, which is all he gets. So he has no more attacks of opportunity, and you've been able to make it to that point. Blish, you stood up, right?
Yes.
You can take a half move action if you would like. You don't have
Can I
to.
get all the way there?
Okay, going over there. Okay.
Actually, don't I still get to attack since they will make it 40, but half of my move is 60, right?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know you had rolled the initiative for attack. So yes, you can attack. You're attacking with a +1 bonus. No, you're attacking as if it's a backstab because you still got a rear flank available. So never mind, you're attacking as if it's a backstab. Go ahead. I forgot you were a thief.
It's just my whole thing, man. It's just my whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just get all the fancy stuff on.
So you've hit after you roll damage. I need you to make a dexterity check at -1.
Okay, so I'll roll damage first.
Much of it was absorbed, but it was still a heavy blow to this skeletal creature. There's not as much anatomy for such creatures, as since they don't really have flesh. Make a dexterity check at -1, so you need a 15 or under. Just roll a d20 and get a 15 or under.
Oh, can I use my tightrope walking check instead?
Yes, you may. You have successfully held your balance. No concerns whatsoever. End your turn, Blish. Harlgriff.
Did you
Okay.
say is that?
Is what?
No, it's okay.
His backstab is for thieves, and anytime he can catch opponents where they can't properly defend themselves with at least a partially recognizable anatomy.
I don't know if I can reach the
You can't.
skeleton from here.
You can't
You
reach
can't?
him.
Then
The
yeah,
table
that's it.
prevents that from happening. You'd have to kick Alec in the head or Kalen in the head. Alec, you may swing. You are getting a side flanking bonus of +1.
Ceremony.
Make your ceremony check, please.
Should I roll outside or in the
In the
tower?
tower. In the tower. Tower. As I know Nick is going, man, it's 12:41.
Oh, I am up early tomorrow.
You'll get a total of +2. That's +1 from your ceremonial prayer, and +1 from your flanking.
Hey, move a
And
bit,
you
Alex.
missed. So you'll get another attack
I-
later this round. Go ahead and end your turn for me.
And I move.
Well, if you move back, you will provoke an attack of opportunity because that's a table. And you're standing on the stool,
I will do
the
that.
bench beside it. Okay, so you're moving
No,
to
move
there.
to the move to the
So
east. There you go.
Let me just take my attack of opportunity on you very quickly. Which is a miss. You blocked it with your shield. So we're going to have a strange situation here. This creature is moving right here. Sulian, you get an attack of opportunity. You have no weapon ready. Should you choose to attack with your hand or with your shield, because they are not things you are trained in, you will provoke an attack of opportunity against you. But you know that this guy has no more attacks of opportunity this round. Aaron, you have more than one attack of opportunity every round. You will get an attack of opportunity, even though you've already made one this round, against this creature as he moves past you. Thanyar, you will get an attack of opportunity as this creature moves past and moves away from everyone. But we will start with Sulian because his impact and his, facing of the creature was more dead on. Sulian, are you attempting to do anything?
Can I try and trip him with my foot, with my leg?
You can definitely make a called shot to attempt to do that. There's no problem whatsoever with that. So if you'll look at the main tab of your character sheet,
Yep.
you see at the bottom where it says combat?
Yep.
Okay, so you see where it says Thaco, right?
Yep.
So you're making a called shot at -4. So click -4 and then roll that Thaco, and we'll drag it to see if you hit. That is, let's see. It just barely missed as you were using your hand. He just stepped just over your hand, just barely there. Now, Thanyar, go. Still put your +4 on.
All right.
And then your attack
So-
and your damage modifier as well, and then make your attack. This is an attack of opportunity with whatever your primary weapon is. You missed.
Mm.
And Aaron, you can choose your scimitar or your club.
The scimitar.
Okay. As everyone missed. Bliss, do you have a
I don't
squeaky
think the
voice for
+4
us?
applied because I rolled an 11 and it said 12 on it.
It did not go through. You are correct. But it says the effect is on you. Are you proficient with club? You are not proficient with club.
Yeah, I'm not proficient.
So
with
you have a
that's why.
-3 to hit with weapons you are not
That makes
proficient in.
sense.
So that's why. Right, so hold
Thank
on.
you.
You're welcome. Blish, you're being attacked. Can you give us a squeaky voice? As you were hit
Oh shit. Oh shit.
for 5 points of damage. Alrighty. The individual here continues to focus on Kalen, even though he's beginning to feel people surrounding him. Kalen, you were hit again. This time for 13 points of damage. Kalen?
I will hit again and take another 5-foot step back, getting in range of the dwarf. Going after the skeleton, but either way.
Well, this time
So really
it's
have
not.
to
There's no free 5-foot steps. So this time he doesn't have the archway of the door to prevent him from taking an attack of opportunity against you when you're just leaving an area he threatens.
Oh, okay. So I'll just hit.
Okay. And they are fairly clever opponents, as you can see. One of them took the chance to get attacks or opportunities to go after your mage. You have killed this one. So that means your second attack this round, Alec, is pretty much forfeit. But we will go to the next round. We should very quickly be able to get through this, and then we'll call it a day for you, Nick. I apologize that it's going on this much long. Thanyar.
I'll move and attack.
Okay. Sulian.
Same move and attack.
Okay. Kalen.
Yeah, same move and attack.
Haraldriff. The dwarf hasn't been able to do anything.
Move and attack, two-handed.
Okay. Blish.
Blish takes a defensive action.
Are you parrying? Is that what you mean? Like adding?
Yeah, I'll
okay.
try that with my staff.
Okay, so you're going to face the creature and begin to try to parry. That's what you'll be doing the whole round. It'll make you more difficult to be hit. Alec, what are you doing?
Just move.
Okay. And Aaron, what are you doing?
Attacking.
Okay.
Both.
No problem. You're still on that pile. Don't forget.
Double.
But this time it's
Yeah.
slightly to your advantage. You are higher ground, so you will get an additional +1 to hit, even though it is unsteady ground. So roll your initiative with your scimitar. Alec, you can start moving. Tell me when you've finished all
What
of your
the?
movement.
Why am I being locked? I mean, I cannot move.
Okay, you're here. And you're
Easy.
now there. And is that it? Or are you still moving?
I'm gonna move over to here.
Okay, so that's rough ground, loose rubble for you moving over, but nothing was close enough to really do anything to you. Blish, parrying, you're just standing there defending yourself to the best of your ability. That's when you started parrying. Sulian?
Am I able to just move a bit to here, get the height advantage, and a flanking attack?
So you can definitely move up to there. I have no problems whatsoever with that. It'll put you on this, but every time you swing, miss, or hit, you have to make a dexterity check with your armor penalties to see if you can maintain your footing.
If I move to there, do I still get the a flanking bonus?
You've already moved to here, so you want to move back to over
Okay.
there? You can.
Well, I'll give up an attack of opportunity if I do
No,
that.
no,
right?
you won't. No, because he's not looking in your direction. So you get a +2 rear attack bonus from here.
Okay, so I'll swing at him now.
Okay.
Do I need to target him, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Missed. I don't even have to drag that to him to see. Kalen.
An attack.
You can try.
Actually, there's nowhere for me to really get to, is there?
Well, there's an area you can squeeze into that will put you up on that rubble there that, will provoke an attack for opportunity against you as you're coming in. Just be quick.
No, I'll let the dwarf get that. I'm going to make sure there's nothing coming up behind us.
So you're looking out through that doorway there. Got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Aaron.
With a ready attack.
So you essentially have a right side flank on this thing and height advantage. So you're getting a +2 to your attack roll. Swing with your scimitar. Whether you hit or miss, you still have to make a dexterity check that you will need a 15 or under to succeed upon. So swing your
Did you get it?
scimitar. No, it didn't appear. There we go. Oh, it was almost a 20. Did you see that? It hung on a 20 for a moment there.
Nice.
So that is a miss. Make a dexterity check. It needs to be a 15 or under. So just roll dexterity, and it needs to be a 15 or under, please.
15 or under. Okay.
Yeah, because you have a
Uh-huh.
-2 penalty, so there's no need to put the penalty in if we know what the number has to be. And you easily, maintaining your footing, you'll get another attack at the end of the round. Thanyar, you're maneuvering down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. So you get to here, which takes you pretty much off of all the rubbish. No height advantage in this case, not really. But you're attacking from behind at +4, so go ahead.
Yep. So applying all the effects. And then...
Using a weapon you're not proficient in, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that is a miss.
Oof.
End your turn.
Yep. I'm just trying to find the button again.
Harlgriff.
All right.
Where are you gonna go?
Finally.
How are you gonna get there?
Okay. I'm gonna move like don't release yet.
Okay.
Like
20.
So I move at. Sorry. That should be here.
You can ignore that stone rubble there. You can sort of ignore that. You'll end up right there. That's where you end up, right? Okay.
Yeah. Which I don't think I reach it anyway.
No,
Oh well.
that's fine. You're like, I can almost fight, but not yet. As Blish is being attacked again. Oh, let's see here. But you were missed, as you can see that quite severely. The individual, the sword nearly slipped out of his hands. Right? Next round. Aaron, you have a club from last round. Take that club before we get everybody else's actions.
Yep.
With additional +2 to hit.
Okay. So let me go to my club. Go to my actions. Hold on. We're coming. Club.
Swinging wildly and missed. Aaron, what's your intended action this round?
Attack with both.
Okay, no problem. So again, initiative. Alec.
Same AI move and attack.
Okay, hopefully you should be able to step up without much of an issue. So roll your initiative there. And Blish. We'll assume Blish is going to continue parrying. I know you're falling asleep. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
As soon as we finish this, I promise we'll call it a night. Okay.
All right.
He's going to parry. You're going to move. Going to spit at people.
Parry.
Okay. Harldriff.
Parry.
Got this thing.
Okay. Come on, try. Kalen.
I did +1 to that because I'm gonna. It's an if anything comes into range, I'm gonna
so
swing.
That's an 11 for you then.
I've already added the +1.
Oh, okay. So I'll go back to 10 for you. You're telling me to add a +1. Okay. And Sulian.
Attacking.
Okay. You guys are slow this round. Thanyar.
Hitting with the club. Very slowly.
Everyone is quite slow except for Alec. Alec, you're stepping up to here, and I'm assuming turning to face the back of the creature. That's an additional +2. That's still a miss. Sorry, no, you rolled a 5. You succeeded on your ceremony, so your grand total will be 3, counting your 1 from your ceremonial bonus and the rear flanking bonus of +2 for you. Only thieves get a +4 from behind. But that 2 will not do it, even though you get a +8 to hit. All right, Kalen, you see nothing coming to attack you as Blish is being attacked again. And Blish was hit for 7 points of damage, as Bliss is heavily wounded at this point. And Bliss, you're still parrying, which is a whole round action that takes up some of your move. Aaron, you may swing with your scimitar. Don't forget, it's a grand total of an additional +2 to hit, but you're still standing on this pile of rubble. So you've hit, roll damage, and then we're going to see if you manage to maintain your footing.
Something went wrong.
You drug the text. It's okay. No problem. Just
All right,
roll
let me
the
redo
damage.
it.
There you go. All right, you've hit the creature again. It's there's not a lot of flesh to actually connect to, right? That's the issue. Thanyar. That is a hit.
Finally. Oh god.
Yes, you have broken this thing's back with your weapon, using it in a very awkward manner to rip part of its spinal cord out. And for those of you who have to go, I understand. Just go immediately.